Welcome to the Durham Town Council meeting for February 16th, 2025. Welcome all of you. We'll start with the roll call of the members. Councilor Needell?
Sally Needell.
Wayne Burton.
Darrell Ford.
Curtis Register.
Heather Grant.
Robin Vogt.
M. Friedrichs.
Todd Selgley, Administrator.
Joe Friedman. And we have
Carden Welsh.
Carden Welsh on Zoom. And
We need to
Joe,
approve.
Joe, you want to bring your mic a little bit closer?
we need to have a vote to approve Councilor Welsh on Zoom. Councilor Grant?
Heather Grant, aye.
Robin Vogt, aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Sally Needell, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
Welcome, Cardens.
Thank you.
And now, the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move that we approve the agenda as written.
Seconded.
Is there any discussion? Councilor Needell?
Sally Needell, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Robin Vogt, aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Joe Friedman?
Carden
Aye.
Welsh, aye.
It's approved. We have no special announcements today. And I'll make a motion that the council hereby approves the meeting minutes for February 2nd, 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
I send in a few simple corrections. So,
Very good.
Any others? As amended with those corrections?
Yeah, Joe.
Yes, Carden?
Yes, I sent in a few corrections. It was very unclear in the financial discussion on page 8 and 9 as to what's going on. A couple of the segments were out of order. So I just clarified that.
okay. But didn't change substantively.
Well, it said, for instance, that we had an excess in the expenditures of about $1 million, and we didn't. We came in about $1 million below budget on expenditures. So I thought that was pretty substantive, so I made that change. And also, Councilor Friedman noted that we actually ended the year with the same reserves as we ended the prior year, which was surprising given the budget, but it was very good that the town was able to reduce expenses to $900,000 below what was budgeted. So that really helped to prevent our reserves from going down in a significant way.
So the motion would be to approve the minutes as amended by Carden now, and as Sally said, with minor amendments minor changes that she had. Councilor Grant?
Heather Grant, aye.
Robin Vogt, aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Sally Needell, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
Carden Welsh, aye.
Thank you. This is the time now in the agenda where we have a report from the UNH Student Senate External Affairs. I see Diva Ajamian is here, and welcome.
Good evening, good to see you all. Hope you're well. So, kind of a more significant thing going on this week. Student Senate is planning to put out a survey sometime this week to gauge the student body's opinion on HB 1793, also known as the Campus Carry Bill. So initially, we felt that it'd be better for us to not make any statements or anything regarding that, as we are a nonpartisan organization and we didn't want to take a partisan stance. However, HB 1793 does directly affect the undergraduate student body, which is our constituents, and so we felt it was very important after some discussion that we do take a stance on that in some way. However, we weren't comfortable making a statement or a stance or anything on behalf of the student body without asking our constituents directly. So we've crafted a survey that briefly summarizes what our organization is, what we're asking, etc. as well as summarizes the legislation and the fiscal note that accompanies the legislation in a concise and non-biased manner. Yeah, so we also have some demographic questions that we felt were important to add to our survey. These questions are pretty simple, just what year people are, whether they live on campus or not, whether they're New Hampshire voters, and what college they're from, because we felt it was imperative that our survey is reflective of the student body. So we thought that it would be important to make that clear, make it clear that we are surveying students from kind of all walks of life. But yeah.
Thank you very much. I did make the floor speech against the bill, and I didn't have a survey. I'll be following the bill into the Senate, and I will have a survey, which will be meaningful, because
Yes.
the young man that's sponsoring this says he represents the students. I don't think so.
Yeah, so, yeah, he says he has 400 signatures on it, so, but, you know, it's not really clear, and we felt that as the representatives of the undergraduate student body, it was essential that, you know, we take that survey and we get the undergraduate student body's opinion and reflect that, whichever way it sways on that bill. It's obviously not up for us to say, but for the student body.
But for the benefit of the audience, the bill was filed by a rep from Rochester on behalf of the Gun Owners Association of New Hampshire to allow guns anywhere on campus, concealed or non-concealed. Yeah, it's a very scary bill. Even Governor Ayotte expressed her reservations today, so that's a good sign.
Deba, when do you think you'll have the data or have your responses?
Not entirely sure. So I worked with the student body president, vice president, our PR, and our speaker. We worked together all weekend, and we're finishing up the survey now.
Okay.
So it's going through the dean of students as well as just UNH as a whole. We're looking to get it put out there on Wednesday, but we're trying to kind of expedite that process and get the survey data as soon as possible, as we know that, you know, time is a concern.
So it would really be powerful if students show up at the Senate hearing. And I will make sure you're alerted to when that will be. Because up till now, they've only heard from the 10 students who say they're for it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you to the Student Senate for taking up this issue, and I understand the importance of being a nonpartisan organization, but I also want to encourage you as you reflect on leadership, that being nonpartisan does not mean shying away from controversial issues, and it does not mean you don't take a stand on controversial issues. And I think that there are great guidelines out there, you know, when you look at the nonprofit world, about what is, you know, partisan might look like endorsing candidates. What does nonpartisan look like? And as you continue to navigate this issue, I encourage you to have courage in your leadership decisions and to not shy away from, you know, what may create a lot of controversy if it really is the right course of action to represent your constituents. And to represent the issues that matter to them, right? Because sometimes that can diverge slightly. And so, congratulations for taking up this issue. I think it's a really important one, and I continue to encourage you to show courage in that.
Thank you.
Thanks for speaking with us. Don't forget to get a yummy cookie.
I will. I get first dibs, so.
All right. So this is the part of the meeting where there are public comments. I will say that there is a public hearing on the height issues in downtown. Many of you may be here for that. And you will have a chance during that part of the meeting, which is a little bit later, to talk about the downtown and height issues during that public hearing. So at this point, we will have public comments about everything except downtown and the height. And a reminder that you should please say your name, your address, and you will have 5 minutes to voice your opinions. And I will also say that if you agree with a previous speaker, perhaps you would say that, and if you have something new to add, you could add that as well.
Good evening. Mike Lehrman, Cedar Point Roads. This is very brief. It's not related to this, only tangentially. Later you'll be talking about the zoning issue and the impact for economic development potential in downtown. And with that economic development comes the opportunity to grow the tax base and mitigate future tax increases for residents. As a precursor to that, I just want to give you a little bit of information that I've gathered recently. Not that long ago, when I had raised concerns about increasing the tax burden here, I was told by the council and Todd that you heard the concerns, but also felt that a number of residents were generally okay with higher taxes because they appreciated the services that they received, and also they just thought it was okay. I don't doubt that is true. There are, of course, other points of view, and maybe some of those people are not so vocal as those that seek certain services. And I just want to share some recent first-hand concerns that I've heard about taxes. So I've been out door knocking as part of my campaign. And for anyone that I have gotten a chance to talk with, I've just asked one question: would you mind sharing your top-of-mind concerns about town issues? And I've had probably 35-ish conversations that were more than just, hi, how are you? Probably 2/3 bring up taxes, but that's not really what I'm here to talk about. I've encountered 4 households, all older people, who have unsolicited said they're concerned about being able to stay in Durham because of the rising taxes. 2 of the situations were couples, and 2 were single women. I didn't sense that they were in any way being emphatic about it, just trying to make a point. They were just concerned. And I know you get lots of feedback on lots of issues, but I just wanted to share this, and I just will remind all of you, I guess, that today's 80-plus-year-olds are part of the silent generation, and generally not so vocal, and sometimes just sort of take things in stride. And that's maybe why you don't hear quite as much from them. So just something to keep in mind in your deliberations for all kinds of things that relate on economics, but it was impressive to hear from 4 individuals just right off the cuff that this was something that was a real concern to them. So I just want to share that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Could you repeat your name, please?
Mike Lehrman.
Mike?
Lehrman.
Lemon.
Lehrman. Yeah.
Are you running for anything soon?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Town council.
Right.
Anyone else?
Would anybody else like to speak?
I hope so.
Oh, yep. Careful what you ask.
Hello, lords and ladies of the royal court, your majesty the king. I didn't wear my British lord's
Would you
wig
please
this
say your
time.
name and
Oh
your
yeah,
address?
sorry, Bruce Fenton, Durham Point. Bruce Fenton. Yeah, just quickly on the campus carry, I think that, it's a constitutional right, and students shouldn't have some rights. If you're going to limit, one right, which other rights do you limit? I think we'd all agree that free speech wouldn't be something we would want limited, and especially in today's world where you have, increased government tyranny. And I've been talking about government tyranny on multiple administrations for a long time, regardless of who the tyrant in power is. Right now, the tyrant in power has directed a domestic standing army of jackboot thugs who are going around our streets and violating the rights of Americans. And this Alex Preedy, who was murdered by ICE, was a legal firearms carrier, and we had the White House, the president, and 6 senior members of the administration all say basically exactly what you're saying, like, oh, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't have a firearm. And I disagree. The entire point of the Second Amendment is to be a counterbalance to government tyranny. Many people who are against these kind of things identify themselves as anti-firearm, but you're really not anti-firearm. You're in favor of a firearms monopoly only in the hands of the state, and that has shown throughout history to be a very, very bad idea. So I'm in favor of all rights for students. There are drawbacks of free speech, there are drawbacks of firearms rights, but I'm in favor of all rights for for everyone. To reiterate the previous speaker on the taxes, I think, as I said last meeting, I hope you take into account the burden that you have. I mean, it's a very, very heavy thing to have people say that they're going to be moving out of town. And sometimes I come to these meetings, I'm sort of on the, maybe not as articulated position, which is, I think that, the entire thing is something I disagree with. I mean, I think this entire idea that you have this very, very large government for such a small town, where you're taking a massive amount of money from the people and then burdening them with a huge amount of regulations, I see kind of what should be a much more vibrant downtown. It's kind of a ghost town. There's so many vacant buildings, and it shouldn't be so difficult to people. So, sometimes this is sort of like theater, like I said. It's I'm not sure if you listen or not, but I hope that you take that into account. Not, I don't expect you to listen to me, but maybe these other residents who are facing losing their homes. It's a very, very heavy thing. And I mean, personally, my thought is, almost all of it could be scrapped. I think you could have far, far, far less spending, and you could have far less regulation. You have very, very heavy-handed. I mean, you have like 9 people in the zoning and planning board department. You have a professional planner who makes $126,000 a year just to plan, who's never ever contributed anything to the economy in his entire life. All he's done is planned, and that drains things. That makes it so the people who are actually, you have the makers and the takers. You have the people who actually make things and the people who stand in the way and take the wealth of others. And the people who are taking the wealth of others are also burdening them by saying, oh, you can't do this and you need to have this height and that thing. And it makes it very, very difficult. So I think the entire system is very illegitimate. And you should remember also, speaking of guns, it's backed by the point of a gun. If you're anti-gun, I would ask you to say that you will never have the police enforce any crime against a peaceful person. If you said that, you couldn't collect taxes, because I'd be the first to say I'm not paying. And no one in this room would pay if you didn't have the power of the gun. You have the power of the gun, you have the ability to point a gun in their face. That's why they pay. No one would voluntarily pay. Anybody who voluntarily pays, go ahead, you can chip in extra. But nobody voluntarily pays. They pay, and they come here and beg for your permission to build or whatever, because you have the power of the gun, because you have the ability to do violence to them. And that is an unfortunate necessary evil of the nature of government, but it's something that you should take very, 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 very seriously and use only as a very, very last resort. So with that, I conclude. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nancy Bulkley. I live here in Durham, and I do not support any students carrying any firearms in the town. And contrary to that gentleman, I have utmost respect for our law enforcement. I don't think anybody's pointing a gun at me in town, and I really think we need to keep a level head here. And with Wayne in particular, I think we should show up for that Senate hearing and make sure that we make it clear that we do not want students carrying firearms. And I don't carry firearms. Students should not have firearms in this town. Anyway, thank you very much. And I guess we have a bunch of things we're going to talk about tonight, especially with taxes and zoning and everything like that. So prepare for a fun discussion, I guess. Thank you.
Jeff Berlin, 3 College Drive. I don't know if is the student rep still in the room here? Did she leave? She left. Wanted to tell her that when she was delivering the message to you that she was bringing the vote to the students about the gun issue, that even with the Emily, you pressuring her to do that, and Wayne with your pressure, I don't know what her opinion was on that issue, but she kept it down the middle. I have to congratulate her for that. So I hope she sees this, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Just a real quick comment. Students are allowed to bring guns to campus. They just have to store them in the police station. There's 5 lockers full of guns now. And so if they want to go hunting or if they want to do target shooting off campus, they can get at their guns anytime and the ammunition. What we're talking about is becoming only the 3rd state in the country to allow guns everywhere on a public campus. And that's been the issue all along.
Good evening, Daniel Day, 8 Baghdad Road, Durham. I just want to offer some comments on the gun issue. And yes, we may be the 3rd state in the entire country to allow guns on college campus, but we are the only state in the country where our state motto is live free or die. And I will also say that yes, students may store firearms on campus at the police station, but it's a long way to the police station when you need to use one in the event of an emergency. I will give you one fact right now that's kind of hard to handle. Brown was a gun-free campus. Didn't stop anything. I graduated UNH in 2013, and I can tell you that the anti-weapons laws and policies on campus were largely ignored. I knew at least a few people who carried concealed on campus anyway, because, you know, if the bad guys aren't going to follow the rules, why should they? And I will also say that it's not just about firearms, it's about other weapons as well. I know many women carried non-lethal weapons because that was the only way they felt safe at UNH, including some weapons that are banned outright. Thank you.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm Jane Shinsias. I wasn't planning on making a comment about this issue in particular.
Can you
but
please say your address?
Oh, yes, sorry. I live in Fairchild Hall at UNH in downtown Durham. I wasn't planning on making a comment about this specific issue, but I do feel that it's important considering that a lot of the people speaking aren't UNH students. They're not seeing what's happening on UNH. I wanted to first of all say that safety at UNH as a woman is really secured by the institutions that we have in place. I'm a SHARP advocate, and I can tell you that I've never felt safer anywhere really than on the UNH campus. And I would feel less safe if I had, you know, drunk frat boys waving firearms in my face. And then I'd also like to say that the campus carry bill includes every location on UNH. So that means that students will be able to bring guns into their lecture halls. Students will be able to bring guns into the Whittemore Center. Really increasing the amount of guns that we have on campus isn't going to secure student safety. It's going to threaten it. And I think it's very important that our elected officials are aware of that and are hearing from student voices rather than the voices of the public.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment. This is quick. The other reason is that they'd have to shut down the child care centers at the UNH campus and the high school that is part of the community college because they operate with different rules. So the child care centers would have to close if this law is passed.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, we got a lot of people who need to talk, and I think we need to make sure they have the ability to speak so that we can listen.
Yes. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak?
Yes. I'm Julian Smith. I live at 3 Chesley Drive, and I want to thank the council for having voted recently in opposition to HB 1793. As a faculty senator at the University of New Hampshire in 1969, I was also on the Faculty Welfare Committee, and when I learned that the chief of the Durham Police was offering to give a number of war surplus weapons to the campus police, commanded by my neighbor, Ronnie McGowan, the chief of campus police, I spoke to the Welfare Committee and made a motion that we not support, that we speak against arming the campus police with semi-automatic weapons of war. I could not get a second. At a full meeting of the faculty senate, I was not able to get a second when I tried to get a motion from them. This was a very conservative body. They did not see how having M1 rifles on campus would be a problem. I was called in to the office of John McConnell, the president of UNH, and he had with him in the office Mildred McAfee Horton, the woman who commanded the waves in World War II. She had been president of a college, and FDR asked her to command the waves. She was now married to a Professor Horton, and she was president of the board of trustees of the university system. Mrs. Horton was very angry at me. She did not want students to be able to continue protesting the war in Vietnam, running the flag of anarchy up the flagpole. She was angry at me because I'd burned my draft card at a student protest against the war in Vietnam. I'd already served 6 years in the reserves and I was too old to be drafted. Long story short, I left UNH, took a job somewhere else, and in Ithaca, New York, I ran into John McConnell, who was now a consultant in Ithaca, who apologized to me for opposing arming the campus police. This, of course, was right after the shooting on the campus at Kent State in Ohio by Ohio National Guardsmen, who were poorly regulated members of a militia. So I thank you again for your opposition to HB 1793, and not that it matters. I was a member of the NRA when I was in high school. I used to bring my .22 rifle to campus at my high school to shoot for NRA certificates on the range that was devoted to ROTC students. We had the M1 rifles in 1962 to 1956 when I was in high school. We had M1 rifles with firing pins so we could fire blanks for certain ceremonies. We never thought to bring our own ammunition to campus and shoot our fellow students. But that was then, this is now. Now, the reason I wanted to speak to you tonight, I'm going to have to speak very briefly, is I have a copy of the Oyster River Dam removal at Mill Pond document. This dam report, yes, DAMN, this dam report was very expensive. It's 254 pages long. I don't know how much the town spent to hire people to write this and to have all of these pretty pictures and all of these misstatements of fact, all of these faulty opinions. This is a beautiful, very expensive example of confirmation bias. That is, the people who were hired knew what conclusions they were expected to give to the council, what kind of advice they were expected to give. Now, during my 4 terms on the council, I spent 10 years speaking against the initial schemes to remove the Mill Pond Dam. Among other things, I said, if the water is polluted, then aerate it. If it's, if there are all kinds of...
Mr. Smith?
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's fine, that's your 5 minutes.
I know. But
Your
I
time
want
is
to...
up.
I'm going to continue speaking for 30 seconds.
Mr. Smith,
Please
your time is
schedule
up.
a public hearing devoted to what will happen after the dam is removed. That's what I'm asking you to do. And I will come back next meeting and ask you again, and I will keep coming back. Yes, I spent too much time.
Mr. Smith,
I'm gone.
your time is
I'm
up.
done. Thank you.
That's fine, as long as I take 5 minutes to do it.
Would anybody else like to speak?
Hello. My name is Fred Bramante, Bay Road. Bought my land in 1982 for $50,000. Built my dream house. And today, my tax bill is approaching what I paid. My annual tax bill is approaching what I paid for the land. It's just unbelievable to me. The first speaker, his remarks resonated with me. I love this town in so many ways, but I do not feel that the town is sensitive enough to especially the financial needs of seniors in this community, and their ability to stay in this town. I want to stay here. I love my house. I'm 79 years old, my wife is 74. We both work full time. And between the two of us, we struggle, and we collect Social Security. We struggle to pay our bills. And I think that somehow that this issue of affordability, especially for seniors, for everybody certainly, but especially for seniors, needs to be higher on the list of priorities for the town. And the town needs to have some serious conversations about creative ways to figure out how to make this town affordable to live in. So I would be glad to help in any way. I know the subject of taxes pretty well. And I've had conversations with Todd. I communicate with Wayne. I think everybody needs to do more. I think there needs to be more of an effort. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Anybody on Zoom?
Public hearing.
Anybody on Zoom?
Nobody on Zoom has their hand up.
All right. Well, thank you all for your comments. And I know there'll be more when we have the public hearing on the height issues downtown. All right, moving on. We have our unanimous consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull any of the items from that?
I think it's B that I would like to pull, Mr. Chair. The firefighters contract.
I would like to pull D.
M.
Okay.
And I just wanted to, because I was not able to attend the non-public meeting, there were no additional changes to the contracts.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. Any others? Then I'll make a motion that the Durham Town Council hereby ratify the collective bargaining agreement between the Town of Durham and AFS CME Council 93, Local 863 for the period January 1, 2026 through December 31, 2028, and that the Durham Town Council does hereby, upon recommendation of the administrator, authorize the purchase of self-contained breathing apparatus, SCBA, confined space and rescue equipment from Firematic Supply Company, Inc., to be paid from Capital Fund Account 07-2673-701-36-000, and authorizes the administrator to sign all associated documents.
A second?
Second. Council Register for a vote.
Curtis Reister, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Sonia Dell, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Robin vote aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
And is Councilor Welsh online?
Yes.
Yes, Gordon Welsh, aye.
Thank you. All right. 9B, regarding the collective bargaining agreement with the Durham Professional Firefighters Association.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Maybe we'll start off by making a motion, and then we can discuss it. So if I can, I'll make a motion that the Durham Town Council does hereby ratify the collective agreement between the Town of Durham and Durham Professional Firefighters Association, Local 2253, International Association of Firefighters for the period January 1, 2026 through December 31, 2027.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
The reason I pulled this agenda is for more of the discussion as taxes become a more dire conversation for our public in town. I wanted the public to know that we're not just sitting on a dragon hordes of wealth. This is particularly for Durham, but for New Hampshire as well, a crisis. And the Durham firefighters contract is a decent demonstration of that crisis. And though we did maintain agreement with the unions for the firefighters, at least from the ones I have talked to in person and from the hearsay I have heard, feel they are being shortchanged. And that was not because we do not value our rescue men, our public servants that gladly spend awful hours in awful weather during awful situations to be there for us when we need them on our worst day, but it's because we don't have any more money to give them. So we are definitely aware that the taxes are potentially putting folks out of their homes, and that is not something that is to be taken lightly. I just wanted to express that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilor Vogt?
Yeah, I want to second what Councilor Register said and recognize how important our Durham firefighters are. Again, as Councilor Register said, this is a really difficult year, and the public should know, very similar, that, yeah, we don't have a lot of funds to work with, and we're working with the best of what we have, but in that, we still have to recognize the incredible work that our firefighters do. And I would take the step here of even saying, when you see a Durham firefighter out and about, make sure to thank them for their service to the town and what they provide to us as well. So, and furthermore in that, I think it's important that at the same time we make sure that they receive the benefits that are necessary. This is a very difficult time, and sometimes things get cut and things get moved, but we do want to recognize that service and know that moving forward, there's always support there in every way, shape, and form.
Councilor Burton?
I just want to make a quick comment to the tax issue. The town is a small part of it. The taxes, the school is the most expensive in the county, so your town council does not control the major part of your tax bill, and I think that's important to know. You also live in a state that supports education far below any other state in the country, and our municipalities as well. And they just reduced their business tax revenue again, they being the majority that holds the governor's chair and the Senate and the House. If you want to talk to somebody about your taxes, that'd be a good place to go, because
Councilor Burton, this is about the firefighters?
it is about the firefighters, because we were talking about the amount of money we had to negotiate with. And that's the least, one reason we don't have a lot of money is the state doesn't help much at all, and it's getting worse.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. Vote, Councilor Friedrichs?
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Robin Vogt, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Go ahead, Curtis.
Curtis Register, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Sign Nadell, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Cardin Welsh, aye.
Okay.
All right. And I'll make a motion that the town council does hereby continue to keep sealed the non-public session minutes from February 4th, April 7th, June 16th, and July 7th, 2008. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Did you second it?
I seconded it.
Councilor Burton seconded it. Councilor Friedrichs, you had some comments?
So the reason I pulled it is that I do feel that since I understand that the meeting minutes touch upon personnel, but they are from 2008. And I think that that is long enough ago in the past that it is, that they can be made public at this point. And I think that only increases our transparency as a town. And so if there are not comments in there that would immediately be prejudicial to decisions and strategic concerns before the council, I think that they should be made public.
Yeah, so we've talked about this in the past with other committees, and there are some past employees who are mentioned, and because the commentary might reflect negatively on them, and I know some of them are still working, the conservative approach is to keep them sealed until such times as they essentially pass or it's not an issue any longer. But I know some of these people are still working. So.
Any other comments?
And I'll know it's the sort of thing where on a regular basis we'll revisit the minutes and see whether at that point we can release them. And things may change. So.
Councilor Nadell?
Sally Nadell, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Hirschfeld, aye.
Heather Grant,
Hardin
aye.
Welsh, aye.
Oh,
Robin vote aye.
M. Friedrichs, nay.
Joe Friedman, aye. All right. Committee appointments. I'll make a motion that the Town Council hereby nominates resident David Steinberg for a 3-year appointment by the New Hampshire DES Commissioner as a Durham representative to the Lamprey River Local Advisory Committee.
I'll second that.
Is Mr. Steinberg here? Note for the record, this is a reappointment. He has served quite well for us over time. And we'll go ahead and take a vote.
Sally Nadell, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
Hardin Welsh, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Robin vote aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye. And Councilor Ford, do you want to make this nomination from the Conservation Commission?
Sure. That's a gift of it.
Get your announcer voice ready.
I got it.
Okay.
Durham Town Council does hereby, upon recommendation of the, I move, Durham Town Council does hereby, upon recommendation of the Conservation Commission Chair, appoint Benjamin Phelps, 341 Lee Hook Road, from an alternate membership position to an unexpired regular membership position on the Conservation Commission with a term expiration of April 2028.
I'll second that motion.
Second. Is he here today? Is Mr. Phelps here?
I don't think so. I didn't see him.
Councilor Nadell?
Sally Nadell, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Hirschfeld, aye.
Hardin Welsh, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Robin vote aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye. Great. We now have a public hearing, and I'll make a motion, I'll make a motion that the Town Council open a public hearing to recommend the acceptance and expenditure of unanticipated private donations totaling $10,000 be used towards the public gallery at the Bickford Chesley House.
Second?
Second, thank you. Is there any discussion? Comment?
Just for the benefit of the public, according to state law, if the municipality receives a donation of $10,000 or more, that has to be accepted only following a public hearing. So the council can hear from the public as to whether the acceptance and expenditure is appropriate and makes good sense. So in this case, the donation is from residents, and they are contributing the money toward the renovations at the Bickford Chesley House, and in particular, the display area that's being developed.
Mr. Chair, just as for the discussion, we have 2 public hearings today, is that correct?
Yes.
And so this public hearing is specifically for the Bickford Chesley House. There is one more agenda item before we get to Agenda C, and then we will have the public hearing on the possible adoption of the ordinance that impacts the zoning. Is that correct? So if you would like to address the zoning, this is not the public hearing for that. The next one that we offer will be.
Right, this is a public hearing to accept a $10,000 gift.
But you are in the right spot.
And would anybody like to comment at this public hearing to accept that money?
Julian Smith, 3 Chesley Drive. I've already contributed, and I'm prepared to contribute more.
Hell yeah.
So I encourage you to vote. Thank you. See, I can be brief.
It's a miracle.
Any other comments from the public? Then I'll make a motion that the Durham Town Council hereby close the public hearing to recommend the acceptance and expenditure of unanticipated private donations totaling $10,000 to be used towards the public gallery at the Bickford Chesley House.
I second the motion.
Any other comments?
I assume this is through the efforts of Miss Carolyn Singer and her and entrepreneurial efforts to gain more funding, and I think that's awesome. So it's a good start, and I'm very glad to see it.
And we'll note for the
We need-
public that the donation is from the Mackey Family Charitable Trust.
So we need to vote. Sally Nadell, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
What are we voting on?
Close the public
Closing the public
Thank
hearing.
you. And Darrell Ford, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
Hardin Welsh, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Robin vote aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
And I think I missed.
Joe Friedman, you got to
Joe
vote.
Friedman, aye.
You want me to do this one? Okay. I move that Durham Town Council does hereby recommend the acceptance and expenditure of unanticipated private donations totaling $10,000 to be used toward the public gallery at the Bickford Chesley House.
Second.
This is a second from Councilor Burton.
Any other comment? Okay, Councilor.
Sally Nadell, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
Hardin Welsh, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Robin vote aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye. And thank you to the Mackey Family Trust. All right. We now have a discussion and possible adoption of Ordinance 2025-11, amending Chapter 175. I'll do it this way instead. I move that the Town Council does hereby adopt Ordinance 2025-11, amending Chapter 175 zoning, Article 2 definitions, Article 12.1 use and dimensional standards, Article 18.1 attainable housing overlay district, Article 20 standards for specific uses, and Article 21 off-street parking of the Durham Town Code to align the zoning ordinance with recent changes in state legislation.
I second the motion.
Second. Is there any discussion on this topic?
Discuss.
Okay. Councilor Friedrichs?
I guess the discussion, I mean, I do continue to think that if we could encourage mixed use with office, that would be more valuable to development in terms of generating tax revenue and encouraging a diversity of residential use types. But I'm ready to move in the direction that the council is finding consensus. So that's my discussion.
Would you like to vote?
Sure, if no one else wants to add to that. Then M. Friedrichs, aye.
Robin vote aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Curtis Register,
Hardin Welsh, aye.
it was my fault, Councilor Welsh. Curtis Register, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Sally Nadell, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye. All right, now the part that most of you have been waiting for. I'll make a motion that the Town Council does hereby open the public hearing on Ordinance 2026-01, amending Chapter 175, zoning, Article 12, base zoning districts, Section 175.42, Central Business 1 District and Central Business 2 District, and Article 12.1, use and dimensional standards, Section 175-54, Table of Dimensions of the Town Code, to set the maximum height in the Central Business 1 District at 4 stories and 50 feet.
Seconded.
A second? We'll take a vote. Councilor McDowell?
Sine Edel, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
Hardin Welsh, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Robin vote aye.
Friedrichs, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye. So this is now the public hearing on that issue, and the public is welcome to come and speak. Again, remind you that please state your name and address. You have 5 minutes to speak. If you somebody before you has that you agree with, please say that and add anything new to the conversation after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Michael Warnock, 45 Woodman Road, downtown. I'm also on the ZBA, though I'm not here in any capacity for that. So I appreciate the ideas of the downtown, figuring out ideas to revitalize, to get more people down there and get everything going. And I think this could be a great part to it. I've seen a lot of the renderings with 4-story building, and they're fantastic. The concern that I have is the concern that's always been the issue. Like, why would people come to Durham unless they're going to UNH? We don't have an anchor store yet. We don't have like a Costco. We don't have a reason to come to Durham unless you're going to UNH at the moment. So this feels like a more of an in tandem with an idea of a business complex or something that would bring a foot traffic, a pedestrian traffic, a residential traffic throughout the entire town. Because one of the biggest issues that we have is that we don't have a true main thoroughfare going through our town. If people get off of Route 4, they're going 108 to Dover or 108 to Newmarket. They're not coming through town unless they have to come to Durham because they live there or they're leaving UNH. Route 4, they're going to go around the town and be beyond it. So that we don't have that natural traffic that a Dover, a Newmarket, an Exeter would technically have. So we would have to have that base in place that would draw the additional people here so that these businesses that we already have could thrive. The other concern I have is that the current 9 Madbury Avenue, they came forth recently for a variance to change one of their floors from professional offices to residential because they could not fill their offices. That's another thing. There's got to be a reason for an office to want to come here and be here. And without some nucleus of a business center or a business in general, I just don't see why they would come here. So giving the carte blanche availability to, let's just toss up 4 stories, it needs to be a little bit more dressed, a little bit more, made whole for the reason that we want to do this, to make sure that it does thrive and not have a downtown that just has a bunch of ugly 4-story buildings. So with that said, I mean, that's my case. I don't think that a 4-story building is a problem. I just think that a 4-story building is a problem if it just becomes empty like everything else, and whoever decided to develop it did it cheaply because it became a gamble versus actually being a purposeful project that could be partnered with a business or somebody else who has the insight of what we think we can do better.
Thank you.
I'm still Julian Smith. I'm still at 3 Chesley Drive. I'll try to be brief at this time. I agree with the last gentleman. I'm going to turn 90 next year, so I'm getting along where I tend to repeat myself. And if I've already told you that I remember the good old days in the early and mid-'60s when Main Street was Route 4. It was a straight shot from Portsmouth to Concord. There was no traffic circle, which we now have. In Durham, the downtown Durham in 1965, or better yet in 1959 when I first visited Durham, was not very attractive. Physically, that is, in terms of aesthetics, it was not attractive. We had some really run-down buildings, which were torn down at the time of the building of the plaza. But it was an attractive downtown in another way. It attracted use. It attracted families. I bought my last wool suit at Judge McIntyre's shop on Main Street. That was in sometime in the 1970s. I could go to movies at the Franklin Theater. There were 2 hardware stores at one point. Young's opened, I think it's 6 or 6:30 in the morning, and you could go there and get the New York Times and get eggs and bacon and so on. Blah, 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 blah. But what we have now is basically our downtown is a roundabout. It is not as attractive to businesses, and that means we have a lot of empty buildings. I would love, for instance, and I'll get to height in a bit, I would love to see the post office move out of that old building put up in 1954. The upstairs offices are empty. That building's being unused. I'd love to see it move over to the plaza. Maybe half of the post office could go into the what was the drugstore, which wasn't really a drugstore. It was a big convenience store with a little druggist place stuck on the side. There's so many other things we can do. So I'm not worried about whether the buildings are physically attractive. I think some of them are. And I think if you stand up on Carl Drive and look down from the site of the lot that the owner, and he's here tonight, wants to change from RA zoning to Churchill. If you stand up there and look out over the valley, that is down toward Petty Brook, that's really an attractive group of buildings. They are different styles. Some of them have decks up on top. Some of them, they get southern light, they get eastern sunlight, they have great views. I would love to live in one of those buildings. Better yet, I would love to turn my house on Chesley Drive over to my son and move into a one-room apartment in a building on Main Street with southern or eastern or western exposure, maybe a corner suite. But I think what's going to happen to make the downtown attractive to families and to workforce housing and so on is to make sure that the zoning discourages short-term rentals and encourages long-term rentals, encourages condos and so on. So Durham can be both physically, aesthetically attractive and attractive to customers, attractive to people living there. So I want to make it attractive in two ways, more attractive than it is now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, sorry. My name is Jane. I appreciate being back here. Again, I live at Fairchild Hall. I'm a UNH student. And I'm a first-year public health student, and I'm thrilled to be here today. Although I currently live in Durham, I grew up in Dover, just down the road. The Seacoast area is my home, truly. My family lives here, my church is here, and my school as well. This area has given me so much, and I would love nothing more than to serve my community after graduation as I enter my career. Unfortunately, with the limited stock of housing and high pricing of homes, I don't anticipate that I will be able to stay in this area that I love so much after graduation. The proposed policy could increase the availability of housing for myself and many other young professionals. Please support this initiative so that myself and others in my position have the ability to continue to enjoy this special area. Thank you all for your leadership and the ability to speak today. Twice, my bad.
Jane, could you just spell your last name for the minutes? Is that possible?
Yes, of course. Jane Shinzius. It's SCHINTZIUS.
I got an S.
You want all the consonants.
Good evening. My name is Richard Maney, 36 Churchill Road. So I've been a retail manager in downtown Durham since 1976. So this is my 50th year running two different companies in the downtown Durham. So I think I got a little bit of a handle on what's going on down there. And one of the problems that I've always had is that there are many people in the town that seem to know my business better than I know my own. And you know, if I want expert advice, you know, on civil engineering, I'll go to a civil engineer or a professor of civil engineering, and I'll ask them, and I won't try to tell them their business, that kind of thing. And they have a right to tell me my business, but I think I'm pretty experienced in what's going on down there. I highly support the expansion of the downtown into 4 stories. I mean, I feel like Durham's kind of like a rubber band that's been stretched. So in all the 50 years I've been in the region, you know, Dover grew, Portsmouth grew, you know, everything around us. But Durham just didn't grow. Just didn't want it. They wanted to be the village of 19, you know, Brad's shop and Stuart Chains, for which I work for, and stuff like that. And the truth is, folks, is that you have to be realistic and say that economically, many of the things that we used to have aren't there anymore because they can't economically make it, okay? And that's too bad, but that's just the way it is. Between the internet and, of course, between the internet and the big box stores, you just can't have a hardware store in town anymore. It just economically doesn't make it. So the thing is we have to grow, and we have to change, and change is hard, you know? It's hard for all of us. I'd love to not have to make big decisions all the time, but I have to do that. So change and growth are essential for us to survive. Increasing housing for you, perfect example of that, okay? You're right. We need more units, and actually, it would be great to have a place for you downtown, okay? And I think by going to this 4-story and this 50-foot can help those things. The big thing, too, is that for those of you who are worried about your taxes, you know, one of the biggest things, again, is that we're at our limits. We haven't had development in town for about 10 years, and yet we have contracts with all our unions and all our great staff and stuff that it's going to go up, and health insurance costs are going to go up. So if we don't develop and we don't build in the downtown or even anywhere in the town, we're going to be really hurting for cash. Don't forget the university's master plan has this big development out at West Edge, okay? Now I know this public-private partnership, and there's going to be some tax revenue on there, but the thing is that we have to not depend just on the university to do that. We have to do that ourselves. So again, I love this town. I've served it for years as a call firefighter, and I think really that we should support this expansion of the downtown. Again, we're not building skyscrapers. We're going to go with nice designs and things like that, but it's going to help us, you know, keep the downtown a little bit more vibrant in these very difficult times. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ava Jordan. I'm a current resident of Alexander Hall. I am a freshman English and law major at UNH, like many of my peers here. And affordability is what brought me to UNH to begin with. And I've fallen in love with the campus and with Durham since I've gotten here in the fall. Raising the height limit of the buildings will keep Durham accessible for future generations while preserving the feelings of community that are central to downtown. Current buildings are struggling to be sold, and it is simply not a profitable investment for contractors anymore. Raising the height limit will draw contractors and local businesses while also allowing Durham and UNH families to stay in the area, continue the downtown, and there will be no downtown to protect if we do not allow for advancements. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emma Galbraith. I'm a junior CS and Sustainability dual major at the University of New Hampshire. I live in Holland Hall, the Cirques. So I feel like when a lot of people think about affordable housing in a college town, they typically think of it as like a student's issue. Like, we need more housing for all of the students that are coming in. People have previously said, like, the vast majority of people coming in are students, but I believe that, as other people who have spoken before me have noted, that the ability to provide financially viable housing affects the entire community. Studies have shown that affordability is one of the primary reasons why students don't stay in their college towns. I believe the study I found was 57% of students who were polled cited that as one of the reasons, among other things. And I see every day how much UNH students value this community, and I see them watching the hockey games over at Libby's, grabbing burgers at the Hop and Grind, going to the Freedom Cafe for music and lattes, and the student population contributes heavily to both the workforce and revenue of those small businesses, and they're able to do so a lot more easily if they're able to stay in town. And also, as other people have noted, if the housing is more affordable, then post-graduation students will be able to establish their roots in the community that they've grown to love, and that will just help make the community stronger and make it stronger than, just a town that students flow in and out of as classes graduate and new ones enroll. If cost and availability prevent new students from moving in and existing students from staying, then downtown Durham is just going to become a ghost town outside of the academic year, because students won't be able to afford to live there, and students won't be able to stay. So we can make beautiful buildings. We can make buildings for businesses, and these policies for affordable housing are policies for a stronger community, and I just don't want to see this awesome community that I've grown to love in my several years being here, like I said, become a ghost town when the students aren't here, and that'll only be detrimental to all of these small businesses that rely on students as well. So thank you for your time. I really hope you guys raise the height limit, because I would love to see this community that I've really loved these past few years to to become stronger and more vibrant. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think I have something to contribute. My name is Ellen Bates, and I've lived on Cedar Point for almost 60 years. I've watched my taxes go from $800 to $34,000. So what we need is someone to help share this tax burden. And Durham has not been business friendly. I own a historic building in downtown Dover, a commercial building, and I've watched Dover boom and grow. Portsmouth, the same thing. There's lots of reasons why businesses want to come to Durham. I own a commercial interior design and contract furnishings company. Hi, Wayne. And we just put a Raytheon company into the old Goss building. And the reason they're there is they want to get interns from the university. They want to have a feeder system where they can get employees before anybody else can get them. And there's a lot that this town can offer business. And I think besides raising the height of buildings, we need to be more business friendly. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, Roger Hayden. I live in Lexington Street in Dover. I also own Hayden Sports and the Durham Laundry Center, and those two properties, 44 and 46. I've been involved in a lot of different discussions about height limits and stories. and architecture. What I'm reminded of in the old school is, you've heard the saying, rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. Small towns, community groups tend to get caught up in the weeds, as you say. I want you to step back and look at the big picture. Durham doesn't control as much as they think sometimes. Next year, the university, that can do anything they want, are going to have sophomores living on campus. My rough numbers indicate that with freshmen and sophomores living on campus, $15 million of economy is not coming into the Durham economy. It's going to go into the university economy. $800 a bed, $2,000, do the numbers. Every morning, 2,000 students potentially would get a coffee, $3. Right there, $6,000 not coming into the Durham economy. This is real. It's already slow downtown. That's why you don't want to get involved in rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. I think you have to start passing zoning changes, whatever they are. You have to start passing them, because that sends the message out that Durham's open. If the answer continues to be no, or we're going to postpone and delay, no, we want it this way, we want it that way, all good things that could be done. But you're on the Titanic right now. I own 2 properties. They are diminishing assets right now. Now, I'm older, but I've been here since 1988, actually 82, and it was the Durham Trust Company. And I'm not going to put anything into the buildings to make them appealing to rent them. I'm going to sell them, which is what I'm doing now. But who's going to buy them? Somebody with money that thinks there's potential in Durham. That means the door has to be open. So I'm just wanting you, after tonight, go downtown and get a coffee and sit there and look around and think about how that's going to happen. You're going to make changes. And from a business owner, new businesses aren't even going to think about coming into town unless they know they're going to get a new space. The juicery is a perfect example. Mark Henderson's building. The juicery ceilings are probably 15 feet. My feet on Durham London at Hayden Sports, you can almost touch the ceiling. You can't revamp that building. So step back, look at the big picture. Change has to happen, whether it's 3 stories or 4 stories or 5 stories or 42 feet or 50 feet or 48 feet or 90 feet. It doesn't make any difference. You have to be open. That's the perception. We had a good discussion on that last time. The discussion was, is Durham open? And the perception is it isn't. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Hello. Kim Clark, Cedar Point Road. I'm here representing the Durham Business Association Board. The Durham Business Association Board has decided that we would like to support this ordinance. There are many small businesses in our downtown district, and many of them are looking at our downtown district in need of change, in need of updating. I'm hearing people say there's no reason to go downtown. As an owner in a business downtown, I hope that's not necessarily true. We do have clothing stores, we have shops, we have coffee shops and restaurants. Downtown's a pretty fun place to be now, but I would like to see it be even better. In my restaurant, Clark's, we have a mixture of residents and students all the time, eating together, having fun together. But I also know the reputation of Durham right now isn't very business friendly, and we need to change that. I do believe that if you build it, they will come. That if we open up the doors, as Roger said, and we change how Durham is viewed, because right now we're not viewed very well as a business-friendly town. I think we can change that simply by adopting this simple ordinance and this simple change. And so the Durham Business Association, we kind of revitalized over the last year. We were dormant for a while, And one of the reasons that we started back up again was out of the need for something has to give, something has to change. We need to revitalize the downtown district. We need to convince people there are reasons to come downtown now, but we also need to increase the reasons to come down. I also want to speak to the student housing issue. I was at the last meeting and I heard a lot of people say, well, we don't need student housing. And I actually do agree with that. The student population is shrinking. We do recognize that. But there's a massive housing shortage in general. And the two students that spoke tonight, I don't need to say anything more on that because they did a wonderful job speaking to that. I have a daughter who's 28 years old, lives in Dover. Her lease is up in April, and she's in a panic right now because she can't find affordable housing. And we need to be a place that can be developed and offer housing. We have young professors that come to campus. I work at the university too, by the way. We have young professors that want to live in this community, but they can't because there's nowhere to live. And so they're living in Newmarket. I work with a lot of colleagues that do not live in Durham. And we used to be that town that the professors all lived in. That's why they called it the faculty neighborhood. And so let's make some changes, let's open the doors, and let's start changing the reputation of Durham. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Justin Zimetz, 26 Mathis Cove Road. I'm here tonight in support of the proposed zoning amendment allowing 4 stories, 50 feet in the CB1 district. I'd like to frame this around 2 connected realities, development economics and tax base stability. In my professional career, I regularly evaluate development budgets and construction feasibility, project feasibility. Over the past several years, construction and financing costs have increased substantially. These factors materially impact the financing feasibility of commercial and housing projects. These increases are real, and they directly affect whether community investments can move forward. One of the largest cost drivers in most mixed-use or multi-residential projects is fixed costs like site work, foundations, structural systems, roofing assemblies, building envelopes, elevators, mechanical infrastructure, and life safety systems. These costs do not meaningfully decrease if a building is shorter by 1 story. Whether a building is 3 stories or 4, many of those expenses remain largely the same. Allowing modest additional height enables economies of scale. When fixed costs are spread over more square footage, usable space, or more units, the math becomes more viable. Without that additional density, many developments simply do not pencil out. And when the math doesn't work, the investment doesn't happen. This isn't about maximizing height for its own sake. It's about allowing enough scale to help make responsible development financially feasible in today's economic environment. And this ties directly to our tax base. Durham is experiencing rising residential tax burdens. When our residential, commercial, and mixed-use tax base does not grow at a sufficient pace, the pressure falls on existing homeowners. Expanding the downtown tax base in a thoughtful and controlled way is one of the practical tools we have to stabilize long-term property taxes. If zoning is too restrictive to allow financial viable development, we unintentionally freeze reinvestment. That leads to stagnation, limited new valuation, and continued pressure on residential taxpayers. The planning board studied this carefully and recommended the 4-story, 50-foot option. It provides flexibility without eliminating review. It allows economic feasibility without mandating excess. It creates predictability while preserving oversight. I respectfully urge you to support the amendment. It is a pragmatic step toward a resilient downtown and more stable tax base for all Durham residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you help me out and pass these around? Thank you.
I can just pass them.
Members of the Durham Town Council, Administrator Selig, my name is Tom Daly and I reside at 190 Piscataqua Road. And tonight I'm speaking to you on behalf of myself, Mike Lerman, Ben Bulkley, Don Galini, and Michael Mornall. This is a big night for Durham. I mean, we've used a lot of trees to print out petitions over and over and over again. Tonight, the Town Council can change the trajectory of a great New Hampshire downtown that is historically significant and has been conserved through aggressive zoning into a state of decay. We are here because we care about the town of Durham, our special relationship to the premier university in New Hampshire, and our friends and neighbors in the community. We are here seeking an injection of vibrancy into the downtown. Let's go back in time. March 3rd, 2025 is the date in which the Housing Task Force presented to the Town Council. It was at that time that Sally Tobias presented the need to remove the 3-story height limit in what is the CB1 zoning district. That was 350 days ago. From the period starting January 22nd to February 16th, which is only 25 days, we have collected the support of 170 community members for a petition to strengthen downtown Durham by adopting revised CB1 zoning ordinance. Many of those petition supporters are here tonight, and I encourage them to stand if they stand for our petition. Only 2 weeks ago, we had the support of 148 members. Of the 170 we now have, 111 have included comments of why they support the initiative. This isn't just a list of names. This is a movement of people who want something to change. The support is greater than ever, and this clear signal that the status quo has stopped working. We support the Planning Board's recommended revised ordinance that garnered unanimous support for simple reasons. The proposed amendment will help address critical workforce housing shortages in the Seacoast area by supporting the development economics that allow mixed-use opportunities to succeed in our town. We have held discussions with multiple developers who inform us that current zoning rules and even some of the variants of prescriptive zoning rules will simply keep them out of the market. The amendment allows reasonable design flexibility by avoiding rigid roof rules while still requiring all projects to go through site planning and architectural review. Those review standards afford the Planning Board effective tools to guide and manage the design character and the quality of the proposed projects. We built these review processes and standards so that we can use them effectively. So let us use them. We don't need to double up on regulations when we already have this guidance in place. And the proposed amendment creates straightforward rules that encourage reinvestment in existing properties, strengthen businesses, and help create a more sustainable tax base that strengthens the community. A healthy downtown supports our long-term financial stability. Fiscal 26 is going to be bad for Durham, and I hope you're looking at the 10-year plan because fiscal 28 is going to be worse. More importantly, you can release the development hold on Durham downtown. Send a signal that stimulates interest in our town again that has not been seen since the citizens petition limited building heights all the way back in 2013. Take a step to repair our reputation that was rightfully earned for being anti-development and anti-business. After tonight's public hearing, our ask to the Town Council is simple: adopt the zoning amendment unanimously recommended by the Planning Board on January 14th, allow building of up to 4 stories and 50 feet in the CB1 district. We believe that timely action matters. We recognize that zoning alone will not solve every challenge facing the downtown, but further delay will only compound the challenges already before us. We know that parking needs to be addressed. We know that the building design, the integration to other structures, and the creation of appealing streetscape will need to happen. We also know that not every building downtown is ready to be redeveloped today, and the economics of existing structures will buffer the timeline of change. However, if we stretch that buffering out too long into the future with restrictive zoning, we know that there is development in Dover, Portsmouth, Newington, and Lee that will gladly absorb the opportunity that we have in front of us today instead. Thank you on behalf of myself, Mike Lerman, Ben Bulkley, Don Galini, and Michael Mornell.
Thank you.
I'm still Daniel Day. I still live at 89 Baghdad Road. I want to tell you a tale of two towns. There is one beautiful college town in New Hampshire that has beautiful small town charm. It also has everything that is practical for living in the town. You got a hardware store, you got a McDonald's with a drive-through, you got a beautiful downtown that has a performing arts center that brings bands that were popular in the 1970s playing there, and a beautiful resort that is known for some pretty awesome food. Then you got this other town that also hosts the University of New Hampshire that has one-story buildings standing in the shadow of a multi-story building that is fish-colored. You don't have a pharmacy. you are losing the laundromat. Don't have any fast food restaurants with drive-thrus, and living in this town is pretty difficult, especially if you do not have a car. One of these towns has a university that has a population of under 4,000 students. The other one has a population of over 10,000 students. So in case you're wondering, the first town is Plymouth. The second town is Durham. So I encourage you to look at what Plymouth is doing. You got the beautiful small town charm. It's open for business. It caters to beyond the university community, and it has its own independent identity. And then you got Durham, which is, its identity as a university that is facing declining student population, is having trouble attracting new students, and it's a university that is shutting down some buildings at the end of the semester. My mother's hometown of Berlin, New Hampshire, did not really plan ahead for when its economy would change, and it went through several decades of some rough times after the pulp mill closed there. And I think Durham needs to start thinking about, as UNH continues to right-size itself, what's going to be the driving force of our economy. It may not necessarily be the university anymore. I also want to take a look at, former Councilor Smith was talking about the Mill Pond Dam, which was the heart and center of our town when it was first built. Now, as the university continued to grow, downtown shifted towards the university. But we got a significant state highway running through the town near the dam. And I encourage you to also think about business expansion beyond downtown, along the historic center of Durham, and throughout the corridors that go through Durham to bring more business opportunities beyond downtown. Now, certainly we gotta increase the height downtown. I think the 4-story limit is a good compromise. I personally don't think there should be a height limit, especially since we are standing in the shadows of a university that has buildings that are 8 and 10 stories tall. But again, I believe it is a compromise. It considers our economic needs while at the same time providing flexibility for developers and considering the people who don't want us to be too urbanized and have the concrete jungle effect, or the canyon effect is what they would call it. So I think it's a very nice compromise that we have right now, and I think we need to show, especially the businesses whose bridges we burn, particularly pharmacies, that Durham is open for business now. Whether you want to be downtown, whether you want to be somewhere else, we welcome you. We understand that we can be a beautiful, vibrant community with a good small town charm, while still meeting the needs of the residents and citizens and allowing opportunities to come here. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a person on Zoom with their hand up. Okay. We'll get to them. Okay. We'll go with the people in the room first.
Jeff Berlin, 3 Cowell Drive. I'm just going to read a letter from my mother. She sent it in, but I promised her I'd read it, so I'll do that first. Sorry about that. Can you hear me? Is that better? I'm unable to attend tonight's town council meeting. I want to offer my support for the planning board's proposal of 4 stories and 50 feet. I came late to the discussions on this, but in reviewing comments and talking points with other residents, I view the 4 stories and 50 feet proposal as an opportunity to offer greater creativity in architectural design and to provide a more diverse downtown. I believe the more we limit people to 40 or 45 feet, the more they will just max out the allowable. This also offers greater flexibility in interior floor design. I do not think it will mean that each building would be designed at 50 feet, but instead, as we've seen in Portsmouth and Exeter, where their zoning shares the same 50-foot height max, that offering the increased canvas provides for greater creativity, block by block, roof line by roof line, even within the same projects, as the new Portsmouth project mentioned at the planning board public hearing. I think this amendment will also provide the creative flexibility vital to attracting commercial interest to our town. To do nothing at this time would negatively impact the viability of encouraging commercial growth in Durham. I also just personally wanted to highlight a couple things. This is going to sound weird within this context, but as I've stated here before, huge on the free market. And even though the metrics of student housing and the available supply currently are actually going to a vacancy status, and it sounds weird because I am in this business, and it sounds contradictory to my own personal interests, and Todd could probably speak to this. I think, Todd, you'd agree I'm driven more by ideology than profit at this point. I think you could probably say that, right? You actually told me that one time. And so
Yes.
this is sort of in support of that, is that what you're going to be doing here, I would not be afraid to allow a flood of development to come in, especially purposely built, like a lot of people have mentioned, to allow apartment styles that aren't necessarily designed for students, but for students and everybody else as well. And that what you're going to do is, because I'm doing it right now, every week I talk to my property manager, the owners of the buildings, and my own, and we have conversations about what concessions we're going to make. And so this is helping the market become more affordable. And I implore you to allow the market to do its work. Allow me to keep having these conversations and figure out how we can bring that rental rate down, and know that bigger landlords, cottages, lodges are going to continue to have these conversations as you allow more development. And what is going to happen is that vacuum will eventually be filled by non-students, because there's only so many of them. So I encourage this to keep going and to make that happen. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Berlin, I just wanted to apologize. When I noted somebody was on Zoom, there seemed to be a lull. I wasn't trying to cut you off from coming to the microphone.
I hope you took it personally.
And secondly, I agree with what you said in terms of your ideologies and what drives you. I
just want to explain that as a preface to what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher DeLong. I live at 9A Little Hill, and I have the privilege of renting from Susan and Chip Noon. I found this property through Facebook, the community, which I was accepted into. I didn't find it online because this community is pretty full of people, in the sense of not an available unit, an affordable unit. I actually pay quite a bit per month. It's worth it. I live in a beautiful place. I've been here since June of last year. And when I came into the town initially, I thought, this is an incredible place. My wife and I, Soraya in the front here, she works at Oyster River High School. We lived in Brazil for 13 years. I lived on the 13th floor of a 17-story building. We had 40-story buildings all around us, and our city was 1.5 million with a metropolitan area of 2.5 million. I'm not looking for that here. I moved here because I want this place to be cute. But at the same point, I have my daughter telling me, she's a junior at Oyster River High School, Dad, I can't find a job. I don't have a place to work during the summer. There's no availability. And when you look for somewhere to eat on the weekend, and my daughter did eat at Clark's yesterday with some friends. She said it was fantastic. When you look for somewhere to eat, a lot of places are closed. We have to drive to other cities to buy medications. We have to, I know I read the community, this is a fight, but I agree with everybody. You guys said, I agree with the 20 people that spoke before me, because everybody's saying the same thing. And if you build it, it will come. And I think I'm proof of that, in the sense of I came here because I see the potential of what this community could be. You guys have a lot of natural beauty. Walking through the streets here is amazing. Your neighborhoods are fantastic. The walkability of this community is top notch. But the downtown needs a lot of work. You need to attract people like me and other individuals to come here. You guys have so much potential, and you need to work with it better. And I think that you have a lot of good intention. The community is certainly supporting this. I am a property manager. I do work with Jeff, and I hear the students. I have all kinds of students, different majors, grad students, post-graduation. They love this community, but a lot of them are moving out of it after because they just can't afford to stay here. And so I manage River's Edge. We think we're a nice place. It's clean, it's beautiful, it's affordable, but then after that, you guys don't have places for us to live. I signed a 2-year lease with Chip and Susan. After that, I need to find a place. There are a number of houses I would love to buy if I could afford them. Can't. And certainly once I hear these people's taxes, I don't think I want to. But it's not just here. Let me say that. It's my family's from Woodstock, Vermont, and other cities. everywhere is expensive. It's not just, and it's been happening for decades and decades. It's getting more expensive. But you guys have the opportunity to help eliminate these taxes a little bit more, and you guys have a lot of potential. Some different individuals have had some great ideas. You certainly have a wonderful student body here that would like to stay here. I don't know, look, think, listen to what people are wanting to bring to this community, a technology center, a performing arts center. I have no idea what you guys have in your ear, people talking to you. I know that investors want to invest, but you got to make it available for them to do that. Downtown, it's like beautiful building, ugly building, beautiful building, ugly building. There are ugly buildings there. There are buildings that are falling apart, dilapidated. So, awesome. Thank you so much for inviting me to this town in the sense of I do feel welcome here for the most part, but I think that we can certainly improve a lot.
Thank you.
I could hand out for you too. I was told that you guys like.
We like paper. Wow. Who told you that?
I heard it's a great fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, say I like the joke. I'm still Mike Lehrman. Cedar Point Road.
Stop killing trees.
Did you all read the stuff that I sent in today?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Okay, all right, so I'm not just going to go through the same thing again. I'll just sort of cut to the chase. I think you've heard a lot of people here this evening from all, who are just like popping up, making the same basic comments. You need to open up Durham for business. And what I've put in that packet that you've gotten, which is the same stuff that I sent you today, is my concern and fear is I know there's all good intentions here. And I know you're hearing that there's other people in the room that are worried about the pitched roof and setbacks and all kinds of other restraints. The petition we did, we had a very substantial number of people. We validated the people. We know that they all live here. There was nothing in there that precluded the option for doing 5 stories as conditional use, which I know some of you are interested in that, and I think that's a great thing if you want to pursue that also. But I urge you to resist the urge to try and micromanage the actual design issues, that there has to be a setback, it's 10 feet if it's this case, it's 20 feet if it's over there. The pitch to the roof has to be this, it can't be more than 6 and 12 for that. The architectural standards are very, very good. And I understand they don't carry the weight of law, but you've got a whole bunch of people in this town that are engaged in this subject that are going to watch anything that comes in and goes to the planning board like hawks. And besides the people that have been opposed to it, there's another whole group that I've been sort of working with that are for doing it. They're going to be watching it too. And if there's something comes in that's not appropriate, we'll be speaking up on that also. There are more than enough adequate safeguards in place with the processes that you have. Please, keep it simple. Don't overwrite the rules because you make it more and more complicated. More people will look at it and go, oh, geez, I don't want to deal with this. Look at the rules in the other towns and try to keep it straightforward and simple and resist that urge. I put in the packet, I think 4 pages out of the architectural standards. I don't know if you guys all read that stuff recently or not, but I've gone through it all. And it's like, it's pretty good detailed stuff there. It really is. Trust it. Trust the process. You ask us to trust the process that you all do. I'm here asking you to trust your own process. And don't over-regulate this in the zoning part. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just getting some water.
Beth Olshansky, Packers Falls Road. Just one comment in response to what Mike said. We do have architectural design standards. They are only as strong as the planning board background in architecture. Shoot, I'm spinning. Robin, do you want to go first? I got to take this off and.
Thank you very much, Ms. Conley.
Excuse me?
I'm having technical trouble, so I've got to sit down and get my computer working, and I'll come back in a minute.
Robin Mower, Britton Lane. First, I'd like to comment on what I think may be a misperception that some people have, that building downtown, intensely downtown, is going to result in affordable housing for a lot of people who are very hopeful that they can be living here. This is an expensive town to live in relative to many other towns. And I think that there's a little bit of a wishful thinking that needs to be adjusted to reality. A lot of people who've been working for many years can't afford to live in Durham. So it's wonderful that people really love Durham, and they would... Wow, that's a first for me. Sure. Okay, sorry about that. I think that it feels as if the national political divide has come to Durham, since some folks may be considering regulation of downtown building height as a zero-sum game. Why is that? I think it's because we're all afraid of losing something we value. We're all concerned about our futures here in this place where we chose to live. It's also likely that we share certain values that attracted us to move here in the first place. I ask you all tonight to be mindful that the blessings of living in Durham that we all enjoy today are gifts from previous generations of engaged residents, created often at great personal cost of both time and money. Here are a few examples. In 1974, it looked like we might become the home of the world's largest oil refinery on Durham Point. We might still have student housing slums throughout downtown. Or 10 years ago, we might have approved the ugliest imaginable student housing on Madbury Road, on Churchill, and on Main Street. We might not have been able to enjoy Wagon Hill Farm, the Oyster River Forest, and the Jackson Landing Playground. We have an excellent school system only because residents who value education pitched in to make it happen and continue to pitch in, whether it's by active engagement or paying school taxes, even if you don't have or never have had children in the Oyster River School District. Many who contributed their time and money to create those gifts today want to see a softer transition to an updated, economically viable downtown by moderating the regulations for literally a handful of parcels along Main Street. I would like to leave tonight grateful for a council that votes to respect those concerns enough to seek a better option than any of the three amendments that you are evaluating tonight. Some people say that developers don't want to develop in Durham. I believe that Durham's developmentally challenged reputation is untethered to the facts. Some property owners, developers, and contractors make it hard on themselves and then get angry at others. They may have worked in towns that have looser regulations. They may not read our regulations carefully. They may not appreciate that these regulations protect the community and the greater good. They may submit plans that do not adhere to our regulations. This morning I spoke with a Durham resident who owns waterfront property and has lived in several other states and travels around the country. He told me that wherever I go, the people say, the cost of living here is insane and the government won't let me do anything. Evidence of actual development counters the, quote, bad reputation argument. A friend has calculated that in the past 15 years, over 2 million square feet of multi-unit and mixed-unit development has occurred in Durham, providing over 1.3 million square feet of leasable commercial and multi-unit residential space. Also, that over half of the 15 acres of privately held land in the central business district has been developed, dramatically and positively changing the characteristics of downtown. So yes, Durham has seen change, and we will continue to see change. We're also seeing repeat customers, that is, developers who developed here in the past 10 or so years and are coming back for more. Matt Crape built the first Durham high-rise, the 60-student bed structure on Jenkins Court, as well as the blocky 4-story building on the corner of Madbury Road and Pettybrook Lane. 3 months ago, he bought 2 properties on Main Street and another on Mill Road, and looks likely to be the new owner of Roger Hayden's properties on Main Street. Peter Murphy, after building student housing on Rosemary Lane and beautifully renovating the historic district's Grange, all but swore off ever working in town again. Yet a few years later, he bought the collection of courageous properties, the town and campus building, and the long 1-story building on Jenkins Court.
Ms. Mauer, there's a 5-minute limit.
I'm sorry, I did miss that one before. Could I make one more statement?
Yes.
Okay. I've got to find my place now. Okay. I think that we actually can signal that we're open for business by removing conditional use and a required second floor of commercial. Those are big deals, and allowing more height throughout the rest of downtown. I'd like to think that we can both set high expectations and encourage investment in our community, but let's not set the bar too low. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go study.
Thank you. The Bethel Shansky, Packers Falls Road. So while we've been having this conversation over months, some of us decided to do a survey within the community asking residents what their preference was, just how Main Street would be redeveloped. The building option A is representative of the planning board proposal before you. That is 50 feet tall and has no recommendations regarding a 3rd-story eave line. And then option B is a slightly more modest height, not much, a pitched roof and an eave line. Let's say the top of the building is 48, this eave line would be 36 feet, which mirrors nicely across the street where Polly's is 37 feet and Libby's is 35. So it's about, what can you do to build a streetscape that makes sense and that fits within architectural design standards. So if we approved option A, a developer is going to design a building 50 feet tall, perhaps with no eave line, no human scale, incompatible with our streetscape, and then they're going to get to the planning board where they're going to discover it doesn't meet our architectural design standards. That's a problem. You have gotten a lot of feedback. We've heard from architect Nick Isaac, who is urging for a 45 to 50 foot height limit. You've heard from commercial real estate broker David Choate, who's here tonight. I don't think you want flat roofs in a college town, and flat roof buildings are the bane of the seacoast, he has said. Michael Barrett, of course, has stated over and over again, if you're going to give developers a choice, they will always choose a flat roof, which seems to be also reflected in David's comments. And also, I've spoken with Chief Rennie Kelly. I did earlier this summer and then today to hear some of his concerns, which I'll reiterate. And of course, we've gotten a wealth of knowledge from Doug Banks, including that 3.5 stories is what he considers the tipping point of that small town look versus the urban look. Our questionnaire that went out to people was, we had 242 people respond, and they were all in favor of option B. I had one person who wouldn't respond because the windows in the buildings were different, something like that. But so we're in 96 people of the 242 are new in terms of they had not signed on to our earlier petition of 252 people. So now there's actually 349 residents have responded urging the town council to approve an option B, modest, slightly modest height and pitched roof and an eave line there in dormers. The proposal before you from the planning board does not fit into our streetscape. The juicery will not be torn down. It's newly renovated, and you can see how it fits in. It does not fit in. It sticks out like a sore thumb. It won't meet our design standards, and that's just going to cause delay, frustration, and anger among developers who say, okay, you said I could do 50 feet, no other regulations. Okay, now I'm finding out it doesn't work. Another proposal, which is part of your handouts tonight, is the pitched roof option at 48 feet. And you can see with that dormer, you really have a lot of usable area there. You're not getting shortchanged. What I learned today in talking to Chief Rennie Kelly regarding the other option that you will be discussing tonight, the fourth floor setback, is that it is unsafe. And Rennie Kelly, our police chief, was adamant that they can build whatever they want, but I won't allow access to those third-story decks because, except for Rennie had horror stories of his time on the force. As you may remember, some of you who were here long ago, that a young man who was intoxicated fell off a three-story roof and died. That was, I don't know, 20 or 30 years ago. More recently, we had a young man on Denison Street who fell off the roof and was paralyzed. So I hope as we thread the needle, you'll think of a way to keep our community safe, retain our community character, align with our standards, and benefit the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a person on Zoom. You said if they're still there?
Oh, I had mentioned there's several people who signed the petition are here tonight and wanted to stand up to show your support of the 48 feet and the pitched roof. So if you signed our petition and are here to support it, please stand up. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Emmy Ham is on next on Zoom.
Okay. Ms. Ham on Zoom?
Yeah. Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Durham Town Council. My name is Emmy Ham, UNH class of 2016, and current executive director of the Workforce Housing Coalition of the Greater Seacoast, a 501c3 charitable nonprofit organization located at 500 Market Street in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, that works to educate and engage communities in the Seacoast region, including the town of Durham, to advance diverse housing options so that everyone who works in our region can afford to call it home. I appreciate the opportunity to share these comments virtually and apologize that none of our staff could be with you in person tonight. This is an observed holiday for our staff, so thank you for allowing this. On behalf of our organization and more than 65 members, many of whom live and work in Durham, here to express our strong support for the proposed amendment to increase building heights in the easterly section of the CB1 district to 4 stories and 50 feet. At the outset, I want to acknowledge the broader policy context guiding housing decisions across New Hampshire. State workforce housing law makes clear that in every municipality that exercises the power to adopt land use ordinances and regulations, such ordinances and regulations shall provide reasonable and realistic opportunity for the development of workforce housing, including rental multifamily housing. In order to provide such opportunities, lot size and overall density requirements for workforce housing shall be reasonable. Modest increases in height and smart growth density are practical tools municipalities can use to meet both this obligation and the housing needs of their communities. While the law does not prescribe exactly how municipalities must achieve these outcomes, the role of our coalition is to support communities in identifying approaches that reflect local priorities while providing realistic opportunities for workforce housing development. Our work is focused on the entire Seacoast region, where communities share responsibility for supporting the housing needs of hardworking families and individuals. Based on housing production targets developed by the Stratford Regional Planning Commission, Durham's fair share of regional housing production is 256 units by 2025. However, a recently released production report from the New Hampshire Office of Planning and Development shows that only 78 units were permitted between 2020 and 2024, leaving the community significantly behind its production goals. This gap can be partially attributed to constraints on growth by outdated zoning policies, including current height limitations in an underdeveloped downtown, which limit opportunities to create additional housing where infrastructure already exists. This local shortfall also reflects a broader statewide pattern. Housing production in New Hampshire is geographically narrow, with a relatively small group of high-growth communities bearing the brunt of new development. In 2025, just 23 communities, which represents 43% of the state's population, accounted for 63% of housing built statewide. Similarly, the state's 28 designated housing champion communities were responsible for approving 45% of all housing units constructed that year. These trends underscore the importance of expanding housing opportunities across more communities so that the responsibility for meeting regional housing needs is more evenly shared. It's also important to recognize where this recommendation came from. This proposal reflects the thoughtful work of the Durham Housing Task Force, a group of dedicated community members who came together to address the town's housing challenges through practical, locally driven solutions grounded in smart growth principles. In fact, the Workforce Housing Coalition recently awarded the Durham Housing Task Force our Municipality of the Year Award, which recognizes sustained, results-driven leadership in addressing housing challenges at the local level. We also encourage the council to consider whose voices are represented in conversations about housing growth. In communities across our region, decisions are often shaped most strongly by those who are already securely housed, while renters, young workers, families seeking their first home, and those who would like to live in the community but cannot afford to are less visible in the process. In a region facing significant workforce housing shortages, policy decisions should reflect the needs of both current and future residents so that Durham remains accessible and welcoming to people across incomes and stages of life. We recognize that new residential units in these buildings will likely be market rate and may attract students. However, in today's constrained housing market, any additional supply improves housing mobility for everyone. With enrollment at UNH declining, students already living in Durham are more likely to choose downtown housing closer to campus, which can free existing homes in surrounding neighborhoods for families, working professionals, and members of the Durham workforce who would otherwise be priced out. Limiting downtown housing does not reduce demand, it simply shifts it into lower density neighborhoods and existing housing stock. This proposal also...
Your time is up. If you could wrap it up, please.
Sure. We encourage the council to move forward with this amendment as a thoughtful step that balances Durham's character with its long-term goals for housing access, sustainability, and economic strength. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Carolyn?
Okay, here we go. It's not, and now it's not working.
Yeah.
Okay, it is. I'm going to go back. Oh, shoot. Okay. Let's be clear. Sorry. Carolyn Singer, 5 Woodridge Road. Let's really be clear why we're here tonight. We all want the downtown to thrive. We all recognize there needs to be some new, well-thought-out development. We're all for workforce development housing, and we certainly recognize the significant challenges to businesses in the downtown area. We're all in agreement in that. All of us are. What we disagree about is how to accomplish that. We want any buildings built to enhance the downtown, to encourage people to come downtown, for it to be human scale, and for attractive buildings, and attractive buildings are key to that. Since when is a concern for aesthetics anti-business? I think at the last meeting, town council meeting, it was suggested that Stores Connecticut could serve as an excellent model. Well, I'd like to show you some photographs of Stores Connecticut, and I certainly hope that Durham doesn't look like this. That's it. I want to close in saying, I heard what Beth O'Clancy, I'm sorry, said, thank you, I'm sorry, said about Chief Kelly's warnings about the third-story decks created by fourth-story setbacks. If I heard her correctly, she was saying that Chief Kelly said that we can build whatever we want, but he would not allow anyone to use those third-story decks. And I think his words were, no good can come of it. So why would the town even consider allowing this architectural fourth-story setback option? It's a waste of space and money for developers and only introduces temptation to those without sound judgment. Please vote in support of pitched roofs with dormers. Even at 48 feet, it seems like a reasonable compromise given that we have learned. And let's not repeat, or let us learn from other communities' mistakes.
Thank
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm David Choate that Beth's been referring to for the last couple of months. I am a commercial realtor in Portsmouth. I just want to clarify one thing and make another comment. I did at one meeting indicate that I am not a big fan of pedestal-style buildings. I don't think that's what is being proposed for downtown Durham. But more importantly, this board is not a design review board. All you're doing is voting to raise the height and let the developer come in with their plan and let the planning board do what it does best, which is to help the developer come up with a design that is consistent for downtown Durham. Whether it's flat roof, pitched roof, semi-pitched roof, whatever it is really not the purview, frankly, of this hearing or of this board. It's simply, can somebody go to 50 feet and then let the planning board evaluate the application? So I think people are getting off track. It's becoming a design review ordinance as opposed to a height ordinance. And I would submit to you that if you're so interested, not you, but if people are so interested in design, then maybe they ought to think about expanding the historic district to the central business district so that they do have design review input, which clearly hasn't happened and obviously probably not going to happen. So I just want to clarify that I'm not against flat roofs, pedestal-style buildings. In fact, the building option A that Beth showed, frankly, looks exactly like 278 State Street. It's going to look in downtown Portsmouth. A very attractive building. You're not going to have, some of the scenarios they're proposing just are not realistic, right? As you all know, we represent Roger Hayden in the sale of his property. There is a developer who will be presenting a plan to the town, and once this thing is sorted out, I had suggested to him that he bring in his plan to help make the case. He said he really didn't want to do that until he knew that the 50 feet was going to be adopted. And I don't, whether 48 or 50, what's the difference? It should be 50, in my opinion, 4-story. But again, this is not a design review ordinance. This is a height ordinance. And I think people need to understand that and stop, confusing the two. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sally Tobias. I think most of you know me. I am on the planning board, and I was on the housing task force, and but I am here right now as my own self. I'm Sally Tobias, 107 Madbury Road. But actually, I was going to mention just what Mr. Choate was saying. We're talking about land use, okay? And I think a lot of people get confused when we start talking about zoning, because land use requires us to decide what we want, where we want it. And then we have to create ordinances and rules that let the owners of that property maximize the potential of their property. We should not be creating zoning that is kind of, micromanaging how many inches here and how many inches there. We have to have clear facts that will tell a developer, I can do this. And developers do their homework. They read. They don't just come in and pay people a lot of money to come in and say, oh, I didn't read that chapter. They do their homework. They know what they're doing. But we have to have zoning that does open our doors, because we have been operating on very restrictive, micromanaged zoning for a while, and it has proven to be ineffective. If it worked, we wouldn't be here tonight. All those properties would have already been developed. We have a very small amount of developable land downtown. We probably should expand our central business outward, but right now we have an opportunity right now to finish the job we started. And if you look around town, you look at the new developments that have gone up, the Madbury Commons, the Orion, those all have thriving businesses in them. Where we are struggling business-wise is in our older buildings that are past their use. And it is time to rebuild Durham. We're all in agreement with that. But let's not micromanage the numbers because of a personal subjective opinions that may not really, not everyone necessarily shares. All right, so that's what I'm just here to remind you. Pick zoning that makes sense so the owners of the property can maximize potential of their property and have the room to do it.
Thank you.
Deborah Hirschmayer, 19 Garden Lane. I'm going to read the rest of Robin Mower's statement that she was unable to finish because of the time constraints. Why not just trust the planning board and the architectural design standards? I believe it's a mistake to think we will see the quality of buildings we see on the UNH campus and that many of us admire in Portsmouth and Exeter. Why? Primarily, it's because we have a completely different demographic and developers focus on niche markets. Developers in Durham have focused and are likely to continue to focus on the presence of UNH to support their investments. Compare the quality of recent developments to historic district structures built 100 and more years ago. Years of intense engagement with the planning process tells some of us that when it comes to small downtown Durham, sandwiched between UNH and the historic district's Church Hill, we may want to provide better guardrails than the architectural design standards and the goodwill of planning board volunteers who are likely to lack backgrounds in design of any kind. Here are two examples that provide evidence that they may not be sufficient. 1. Madbury Commons could have been a standalone mammoth pentagon with no connection to any part of downtown. It only looks as it does today because of Administrator Selig participating in a volunteer design committee and, to the surprise of us all, suggesting creating a connection to Pettybrook Lane. Furthermore, the formal condition of approval stated that, quote, an ad hoc committee, including 2 planning board members, shall be formed to work with the applicant, architect, and town planner on the final, quote, the final colors and materials, street furniture, and other, quote, unquote, and other details. These details make a difference, but they are not details that planning board members wanted nor were qualified to determine themselves. The mill site review process, in example number 2, the mill site review process was moving along, but the planning board was keenly aware that it lacked expertise to evaluate whether design met our architectural design standards and certainly didn't want to be advising about colors. So Administrator Selig established a minor architectural subcommittee. The 5-member committee included an award-winning architect from Newbury, unaffiliated with the Mill Plaza development team, as well as 1 planning board member and 2 residents with strong professional aesthetics. Robin said some of the rest of what was in her letter, and her concluding sentence was, "We all must win, and I believe we can." And if I have any time left, I'll just say that I endorse Beth's presentation and this presentation, and want to end by saying that I strongly agree with Carolyn Singer that people who are interested in trying to maintain the aesthetics of the town, have concerns about what the town will look like, are not anti-business, and there should be a way that we can, I think everybody in this room, as Carolyn said, we all agree on many things, and this feels like there's a big fight, but in fact, I think we're all saying Durham should open its doors, Durham should welcome developers, we should be more open to developers, but it can be done in a way that strives to maintain some of what we like about this town and the way it looks, and not just build 50-feet buildings with flat roofs. It can be done with more attention to aesthetics than that. So when Sally was just saying, you know, we shouldn't micromanage, and it doesn't matter this many feet or that many feet if in a different direction, I would say, okay, good, then let's compromise. Some of us started out this process thinking we should have buildings that only went to 30 feet or 35 feet, and we've said, okay, we see a need for more, but it doesn't have to be 4 stories and 50 feet. I think that Beth's alternate proposal and trying to find a way to be friendly to developers and maintain the aesthetics and go slowly as we develop. I also want to just mention again, for those of you who are here, to think about what Dennis Meadows said several weeks ago, and Roger Hayden alluded to tonight as well, that this is a small piece of what we need to be looking at Durham, and we need to look at a larger picture. And we shouldn't postpone voting on this now, but we should do it with the mindfulness that it needs to be part of a bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Hadley at 15 Edgerly Garrison Road. Durham is a desirable location. It is home to UNH with a high concentration of talent, innovation, and potential. It has state roads that has easy access to the Spalding and nearby interstates. It is close to an international airport. It has maritime traffic with access to the open ocean. Durham has rail service. Most municipalities don't have any of these assets. My company is located in Portsmouth, and it's been there for 10 years. It's because there's no place in Durham for my business. I support the planning board's recommendation to amend the zoning ordinances.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pastor Brandon Walsh. I'm the pastor of Great Bay Anglican Church in 42A Main Street. I'm right next to Roger Hayden's building. We've been there for about 9 months in that location. And I'm here tonight simply to voice my strong support for adopting the amendment before you of 4 stories and 50 feet. For the simple reason that this is essential for increasing development and investment in the town. And I've actually been delighted to hear so many other voices here say many of the things that I feel so strongly. And so I just want to limit my comments to 2 things. One, the reason I really care about this is because I've got a church where we've got about 70 people on a Sunday, and probably 25 of them are 12 or younger. And after church, the kids run out of the church. They're playing in the alley. And I was thinking, what is the town that we're going to be able to leave or to give to the kids in my church? Is it going to be a town that is unable to redevelop its assets and see the businesses decay, and the only businesses pop up be ones that sell beer and vapes? Or are we going to invest and attract investors necessary to truly make downtown viable and livable? There's two things I want to say to that end. One, I think there's a false dichotomy. There's a false dichotomy that says we're choosing between 50 feet and an ugly building or 48 feet and a really beautiful, attractive building. I think that this is false. The reality is we're choosing between whether or not we can have an economically viable building or no development at all. Because the reality is, and a gentleman came up here earlier and talked about economies of scale. The reality is that if you do not have an economically viable model, it's not that you get the smaller building, you get no building at all. And if we are committed, deeply committed to seeing downtown developed, then we have to give a broad enough view, a framework that's wide enough for someone to be able to do something with. That's number one. Two, we sometimes as humans have a tendency to think that change is dangerous and risky, and that the status quo or less change is less risky. And this is also false. The reality is that when you have an economic landscape around us that is changing as quickly as it is, doing nothing or doing not enough is an enormous risk. If tonight the planning board were to say we're not going to do anything, that sends an enormous signal to the business community. But deciding to take the risk to change this zoning ordinance is saying that we are willing to change toward the future. And so I just urge you. One of the first people who spoke said, why does somebody come to Durham? Well, I can tell you why I'm here. I'm here because I love Durham. I love this place. And the reality is that the kinds of developers we're going to end up getting are going to be here putting their money on Durham because they care about this place, right? This isn't Manhattan. And fundamentally, I think that love of Durham ought to guide our decision-making more than our fear of what might happen. 1 John says that perfect love casts out fear. And so I urge you, as somebody who loves Durham, to be willing to take the risk and to approve this zoning amendment of 4 stories and 50 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom?
There are people on Zoom, but no one else with
Oh, excuse me. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Maybe I can bring it all home. We'll see, right? Wishful thinking. My name is Michael Mornell. I live at 55 Adams Point Road in Durham. And I want to start by acknowledging something that a few of the other speakers have acknowledged, and I think it's come through pretty clearly over the past few months, that everyone in this room, supporters and opponents alike, that has spoken about this issue, clearly cares deeply about Durham, about its character, its finances, and its future. And I don't think that's the issue before us this evening. The issue before you tonight is much narrower, and I think it's important that we keep it that way. It's not a referendum on pitched roofs versus flat roofs. It's not a final design review of a hypothetical building. And it's not a judgment on development efforts in Portsmouth or Dover or, for that matter, Storrs, Connecticut. The issue before you is whether Durham will adopt clear, workable zoning that gives property owners and investors enough predictability to even begin imagining reinvestment downtown. We've heard a lot about human scale. That phrase has been invoked often and confidently, and sometimes human scale is a legitimate design goal. And sometimes it's just a polite way of saying, I don't want anything to change. Human scale is not achieved by ordinance micromanagement. It is achieved through good site plan review, existing architectural standards, and judgment applied to real proposals and not abstractions. Ironically, the approach some opponents advocate, hard coding roof lines and eave heights directly into zoning, is precisely what undermines human scale and the flexibility afforded by Durham's adopted architectural standards. It proposes to replace Durham's standards-driven review with ordinance by opinion, and that is not how you get good buildings. Several councilors made an important point during prior deliberations that deserves repeating. Just because zoning allows 50 feet does not mean that buildings will be 50 feet. Developers do not build height for sport. They build what is economically necessary and no more, especially in a town like Durham with intense scrutiny, design review, and public engagement. The Portsmouth example cited repeatedly in past meetings proves this exact point. The zoning did not force the design, it permitted it. And that flexibility produced restraint and not excess. I also want to address the claim that fiscal benefits of downtown redevelopment are marginal or illusory. Calling the fiscal benefits marginal is convenient, but it's not serious. If we keep our tax base frozen, our bills don't freeze with it, and that is serious. Of course, zoning won't fix our finances, but zoning that discourages reinvestment guarantees we keep having the same conversation year after year with higher numbers attached to it. Another argument we've heard is fear that this will inevitably lead to more student housing. Zoning does not dictate who lives in a building. State law prohibits that, and we all realize that. What zoning does dictate is whether mixed-use long-term investment is even feasible. And if the argument is, don't allow anything because it might be students, then the policy outcome is simple. Nothing gets built. And we keep complaining about downtown. Vacant buildings, aging properties, and deferred maintenance do not preserve character. They erode it, and are an invitation for additional convenience stores, vape shops, and similar enterprises. And finally, a final word about process. The planning board voted 7-0 for its 4-story, 50-foot recommendation. It was a unanimous vote. It was not arrived at casually, and it was not arrived at quickly, but after months of discussion, public input, and revision. And of course, that doesn't bind you here this evening, but if we're going to override a unanimous recommendation after that much work, we should at least do it for a reason stronger than workshopping one more roof line. Look, as a practical matter, advancing the planning board's recommendation does not foreclose future refinement. It does not prevent targeted adjustments, overlays, or additional districts down the road, but it does establish a baseline, a signal that Durham is serious about revitalization, predictable about process, and is capable of moving ahead. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you.
Could I correct the record on one statement that's been made over again? It'll be very short. That pitched roof building in Portsmouth that I presented that was 45 feet initially, and I was excited to see a professional building designed at 45 feet, was approved at 50 feet. Why? Because he could. So the narrative that, developers aren't necessarily going to use the full height actually can't be proven by using that building, which is going to be 50 feet.
And since you allowed Ms. Olshansky to speak, let me...
Point of order, I feel like we cannot allow this to continue. We've had the hearing.
There's a correction. I would like to make a very brief statement. Todd, we heard that Chief Kelly is going to stop people from using the setbacks. I would encourage you to speak with Chief Kelly about the impracticality of enforcing where people stand in buildings. And if he's really serious about saving lives, then he better crack down on some of the drivers in this town. Thank you.
If the council wants to talk more about Chief Kelly's perspective.
I can't hear Todd.
If the council wants to talk more about Chief Kelly's perspective about
That's better.
A deck, we can do that during the discussion in a little bit.
Yes. Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak?
I'm happy to have been the last person to speak. I hope you will close this public hearing at this point. Thank you. And say amen.
Amen.
I move we close the public hearing.
Seconded.
Any discussion? Council Register?
Curtis Racier, aye.
Harold Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Robin Vogt, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Cardin Welsh, aye.
The public hearing is now closed. We thank you for all of your input.
Could we do a 2-minute break for?
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Okay. Restroom and water.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
open session.
Please, could we find our seats, please, so we can continue the discussion? Thank you so much.
Used the side of a mallet. What the hell's that?
All right, so we will continue the discussion. I will say that there are 3 amendments before us that we need to deal with. None of them are perfect. I don't think any of them are what we started out to do here. When we started this, as a reminder, we were talking about one section of the downtown only. The public hearing on the 50 feet and the 4 stories. Not one speaker spoke about the fact that the rest of downtown would be downzoned from 5 stories to 4 stories, or at least the right to build 5 stories would be taken away. And I'm not sure that was fully appreciated by the audience. And it's something for us to consider as we talk about that, and we will. But so I guess I'll say, why don't we just move forward on this conversation and on 13C1 and what the public hearing was about, and consider what the public has said. Councilor Lozano?
I'm just going to say that, and Todd mentioned this, and a few people talked about Rainey Kelly's response to the idea of setbacks. So I also wrote to him today to see what he would say, and not really any different than any of you have heard. I guess I have one question is, do we have any, or what might the regulations be for setbacks? Chief Kelly's concern is that we've had a situation in the past. So I'll just read what he wrote to me. My concern is that uncontrolled access to rooftops is an attractive place for young people to gather, placing them and those below them in danger should someone fall or be pushed off. We had a situation in Durham after the construction of a building on Madbury Road where tenants were climbing out of the building and onto the rooftop, drinking alcohol and engaging in rowdy behavior. We worked closely with the property owner who blocked all access to the rooftop from inside of the building. The property owner and management were very cooperative and remedied the situation as soon as we brought it to their attention, and there have been no further incidents. So his concern is that we create a situation where people can send themselves off the rooftops of buildings. And I know I raised this question early on and was told that it shouldn't be a consideration, that their safety was considered. But anyways, I wanted to dig a little deeper, so that was the chief's response.
So
my question is, in our existing regulations, is there any place in the zoning ordinance that addresses safety and setbacks? No. No. Yeah, sorry.
Well, so,
Tom, I don't mean to interrupt. Do we need a motion to discuss, or do we just roll into the discussion? I don't understand what the difference is.
I would think there would have to be a motion on one of the ordinances in order to open discussion.
I want to make sure I'm doing it right.
Yeah. But it was listed as discussion, and so, anyway.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I think the way in which we frame, we're getting feedback in the room, DCAT studio. The way in which we framed the agenda, because there were 3 possible paths going forward with 3 different versions of the ordinance, was to have discussion now to see which of them you wanted to go forward with. So that was the idea for some discussion initially before making a motion.
Okay, thank you.
And again, maybe I didn't point it out as well, but it would seem that whichever one we went forward with aren't what this council initially and in a follow-on was looking for. I know this council was not looking at the other part of downtown and changing the height limits and the number of stories allowed in the other part of downtown. If we pass the 50-foot height and 4 stories by right, we will also be saying the rest of downtown could not be a 5th story by conditional use. It is something we could come back and change. We can't make an amendment to change it here. On the other hand, if we go forward with what the council had first wanted to do, and then modified, which would be the B, 2025 8B, we came to find out through public comment and hearing that those height limits weren't enough. And to change those height limits, we would also have to go back and change. So it appears that no matter what we do, we're not done. And I'll just say it that way.
Am I mistaken, or wasn't the public hearing we just had on ordinance 2025-08B?
No, it was on a thing that came.
I don't mean B, I mean 2026-01.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
That was initiated by the planning board as opposed to the other two that were initiated by the town council.
Right.
Yes. So if anybody would like to make a motion on 2026-1 for further consideration.
I move that the town council adopt, is that saying that right? Adopt the possible ordinance 2026 TAC 01, amending Chapter 175 zoning, Article 12, base zoning districts, Section 175 TAC 42, Central Business District 1 and Central Business District 2, and Article 12.1, use and dimensional standards, Section 175 TAC 54, table of dimensions of the town code to set the maximum height in the Central Business District 1 at 4 stories and 50 feet.
Second.
I think Daryl had it before me.
Okay. Would anyone like to comment?
I'll jump in.
I've heard enough.
I want to start by, grounding us in where we do have consensus, which is that everyone wants to see a minimum of 4 stories downtown. So everyone wants to see a 4-story allowance downtown. There's consensus on that. And so I don't think right now this is a question of are we allowing more housing or not. I think everyone is supportive of having more housing downtown with the different are seeing before us. The different proposals we're looking at would not change the number of stories or the square footage available. I also want to put out there for the clarification of the public that the number of developable properties that are under discussion, if we're looking at the original ones, because the broader one to remove the conditional use for a 5th story across town would have a potential tax impact that would be greater than the one I'm about to outline. But the ones that are limited to the smaller footprint area, for each developable property there, we're looking at maybe a $3 million assessed value increase. So the land value is often hovers around $1 million. The current building value is at 1 story, about $1 million. Going up to 4-story buildings would put the total at about $5 million. That doesn't take into play how that could affect valuations throughout town, because if the properties on the outskirts of town do become more competitive, as we heard from Jeff Berlin, and those prices come down, and it becomes more workforce housing, we have the benefit of that additional workforce housing. It does change the assessed values of those properties, and so it actually means that any increase in property values downtown is somewhat offset. So even then, if we're looking at best case scenario, we have 2 properties developed major projects in the next 2 years. With this ordinance change, we're looking at maximum an $8 million addition to the assessed value of our tax base. And we need, and I want to thank Jim Lawson for this information, because he really dove into what the assessed value, what we would need to make up the tax difference in our budget. And I want to just pull up that number because no, I just lost it. So we're looking at, we need to add over $100 million of, I think it's over $100 million, I will confirm that now, $100 million in assessed tax value to make a dent even in the 2027 budget. And we're looking at the 2028, the 2029 budget. We need to go upwards of $300 million in added assessed value and upwards of $500 million in assessed value. That is just to keep the tax rate tied to inflation. So any downtown development is not going to make a dent, unfortunately, in what residents are paying their taxes. That doesn't mean that we don't need to urgently, put our focus there. We do. But that's not going to be impacted by a handful of buildings downtown. That's going to come out of much larger projects elsewhere. And so I just think we need to be realistic about those expectations with the public. And also understanding, what kind of difference would you get with the different proposals before us.
Councilor Vogt?
We've heard from the public. We've heard from business owners. We've heard from select members of the community. We have a downtown with empty storefronts, crumbling buildings. We have a property in Newington that's going up from Torrington that is going to bring more jobs to this area that, for a fact, Dover, Rochester, Somersworth, other communities are going to have to figure out how to house a lot of these folks. Durham has an opportunity in front of itself to become a place for not just folks that work in Durham, but in the surrounding community. And I think we've had so much conversation about this. And we've seen examples from Stores Connecticut. Somebody had brought that up, and I had brought that forward, so I want to just say that. And it is a great example of having almost no tax base in a college town to developing something and bringing arts, bringing community into a town where it didn't exist before. So personally, I think we've moved beyond these conversations. This ordinance is a jumpstart to something, and we don't have anything right now to build off of. Yes, we can look at future numbers, but we got to get something moving and get something started. That's where we are. And I don't know if I want to sit here and listen to more business owners come in and say, it's not attractive for me, I'm going to go to Portsmouth. Somersworth is up and coming. I'm going to go to Somersworth. We've got to take care of this for the businesses, for the residents, for the future.
Cardin?
Yeah, I'd like to say a couple of things. First of all, thank you everyone for coming in. I think one of the cool things about Durham is that everyone has an opinion and they're willing to share it with you. We had good information coming from Beth. We had good information coming from Mike Lehrman, from everyone else. So I really appreciate that. I don't mean to be Debbie Downer, but I just want to point out that people talked a lot about Dover, about Portsmouth, even about Plymouth. They all have higher municipal tax rates than we do. So, for all the success that they've had bringing in, new commercial, new industry and all, as of 2025, they all have higher tax rates than we do. Growing doesn't necessarily reduce your tax rate. Manchester and Concord have much higher tax rates than the town of Durham for municipal services. So that's one thing. We're not going to see a big benefit from this, and I think Em laid it out pretty nicely. Secondly, we have, over the past, people say Durham's closed for business. From 2009 to 2026, we added $400 million of new development in Durham. Now, a lot of that occurred during the teens, like pre-COVID period, but some still afterwards. So we have that to consider. Further, we do have Riverwoods that's building right now. We have RJ Kelly that's expanding right now. And we have the West Edge that's also kind of an arrow in our quiver. So there are some good things happening in Durham now, and that's great. All that said, downtown is lacking vitality. So I think it would be good for us to focus on that right now. And I think that the proposal by the planning board is flawed. I think it's flawed in a couple of ways, and they've been mentioned, some of them. One is that the fifth story by conditional use has been dropped. I don't know why that is. I mean, we have 66 Main, we have other properties where fifth story would make sense and would be helpful for potential developers to be thinking about. And one of those properties is 66 Main, and I spent time in the past with potential hoteliers looking at that and bringing a nice hotel to Durham. They may need more than 4 stories, and I would like to leave that open. I'd like to put that back into the ordinance. Secondly, I spent a lot of time in working at Timberland. Timberland had hundreds of stores around the world. One of the things about stores is that, and I'm not a retailer, I was working with the retail team, but I'll tell you that the big focus is on sales per square foot and profitability per square foot. I don't know why the current ordinance requires 50 feet of depth in any commercial first story downtown. I think that 40 is more appropriate for what we're looking for, because we're looking for little boutiques. We're looking for places where people will be walking by and going in and out. Lots of times those people don't need 50 feet going back. They can work with 40 feet, they can have a 20-foot frontage on the street, and they get 1,000 square feet, and that's all they need. The more you burden a retailer with excess square feet that he doesn't need, the more difficult it is for him to survive. So I think we should reduce that from 50 feet to 40 feet as a second alternative that I think will make this proposal better for potential development. Third thing, we've had a lot of discussion about 50 feet, 45 feet, human scale, all that sort of thing, and a huge portion of the town is pushing for that. I think what we put in our original proposal that we sent down to the planning board that they ignored was that it would be 48 feet maximum all over town, not 50, and there would be either a pitched roof or a setback at the top. The beauty of that is, for people who don't want us to mandate design, the beauty of that is those are both, I think, consistent with our architectural standards, and so people will know what we're looking for and won't come in here and design a building and then have it shot down by architectural standards. So it gives them more of an indication of what's being looked for, particularly for that stretch from Town and Campus to Madbury, which is kind of the key to the downtown. They would know what we're looking for, wouldn't waste their time with other things. Fourth point, on the conditional use for 5 stories, people are really down on conditional use, but as was mentioned before, conditional use was critical in building the Madbury Commons. If we hadn't had that, if you look back, anyone who wasn't here at the time, look back at the first couple of proposals from them. They were pretty horrendous, but we were able to work with them and build a building that is a plus for the town. And by the way, there's 5 stories in that building, but you can hardly tell by looking at it. So those are my comments. I would propose that we take the original one that we sent down to the planning board, modify it for my 3 concerns, and send it back. I know it will take more time, but I don't believe there's a whole bunch of people just waiting to spring a building on us right now in downtown. And I think these changes will make the downtown more interesting for developers. That's it.
Yes, Councilor Grant?
Are we all doing a round table or, okay.
Yeah.
So, I support the 50 feet. I voted on it at the planning board as well. And just a comment on the 5-story. We had actually, I think, provided some feedback at one of the modifications along the way that a group get put together to identify specific areas where 5 stories will work and make them by right. Doing it by conditional use, you'll never get anybody in here to try and get something through, because conditional use is too iffy and it costs a lot of money. So if we identify areas where 5th story, and we should be able to turn that around, I think. So to say no to this because it has one little thing in it that can be added to and constructively put in place, I think is wrong, because I think we should go forward with something. The other thing is I agree with, is the vibrancy. You know, don't vote something down because you don't think you're going to get enough taxes out of it. We got to build something because we need something downtown for the community. And the other thing is that to say that people come in and they'll come in with plans that don't work is wrong, I feel. Professional architects and builders are going to look at your documents and they're going to try and bring you a package that complies to your architectural standards. So I don't think people willy-nilly come in with something on their head and then find out, oops, I didn't get it right. So I think that this is a very good start, and it's not the entire solution, certainly, to our tax problems, but we have other areas that we know we need to work. The Housing Task Force has other areas that we know they're going to suggest in terms of more density in our housing, and we've got to also bring more available housing in other areas as well. We have to get out of the blocking and start to put in things that are reasonable, because large lot sizes with 3 acres with one big old honking house on it, instead of 3 acres with, 10 houses on it, it's just not the right way to go. And it's proven that you get more money out of the smaller lot sizes and more houses than some one rich person on a 3-acre lot. And that's just the way it is. There's facts and studies on it, and I think we just need to go forward, get this 50 feet in, move and look at all of our other areas, and refine the one with the 5th story problem. And that's my opinion.
And the retail depth that Cardin was talking about, also a part of the refinement, perhaps?
Sure.
Let's go ahead.
There's a mandatory 50 feet right
Sure,
now.
it could be. I mean, everything's up for discussion. And, the planning board, hears this, the planning board can take up all those things. But planning board voted 7-0 for this ordinance after discussing all these things that have just come up. And the reason is they want to say that we need to move ahead, and this will start us moving ahead. And I think it would be a horrible waste of time and energy not to vote this in, and then work on whatever else people think needs to be worked on.
Councilor Burton?
There was one thing was said in the middle of the discussion by the real estate agent from Portsmouth, where he said he didn't care whether it's 48 or 50 feet. Well, that's good. I like it at 48 feet. And he said that he acknowledged that was fine. The second thing that caught my eye was Chief Kelly, who was an incredibly good police chief. There was actually a student, a woman, fell off the roof when I was down there for one of the celebrations. She wasn't killed, but she was badly injured. I drove through Rockland, Maine yesterday, and I am almost getting an accident now, because I drive through towns and I keep looking up at the buildings to see how tall they are. And in Rockland, there's one building that's probably 50 feet tall, and it's flat with a flat roof. 3 buildings down, there's a building that's 4 stories high with dormers on it and a slope roof, and it looks so much better. It's amazing to see that. So I like option B that Beth put up. I think it gives 48 feet. It gives some aesthetic value to it. And I can't go beyond 48 feet, and I like the slope roof with the dormers.
Any other comments?
Yes, sir. So these are my personal perspective, my opinion. I don't necessarily mean offense, but take it how you need to. I am particularly discouraged and disappointed in some of our comments, particularly in the disparaging comments towards our planning board. I think we as a body need to understand that we own the process. As the decision makers for the town, the guidance that we pass, the clarity that we give, the details that we expect is our responsibility. This is now the second time the planning board has held a hearing on this object and has brought it to our attention, trying to give us the best scenario that they envisioned based on our clarity. And this is the second time I'm hearing similar disparaging comments about their ineffectiveness and their inability to stay on point. And I think it's important for us to note that that's our fault. That's our guidance that we didn't push down clear enough to ensure the people who spent the hours of their day volunteering their time for the town, doing their own internal research to try and meet the needs of the town, hear from the opinions and perspective of the public, and meet the expectations of this body are just completely frivolous and wasteful. It feels to me that we are gatekeeping what our expectations are and scapegoating the responsibility and the blame onto our planning board. And I find that very disheartening. It is our responsibility. And so if we didn't give good enough guidance, shame on us. But that doesn't discount the effort and the thought that put into a 7-0 planning board vote. Is it perfect? No, sir. I don't necessarily think it's perfect. I also don't understand all the aspects of zoning yet. I'm still learning. But as somebody who I studied for a number of years, not in real life, but as an avid student, once said, a good plan violently executed today is better than a perfect plan executed too late. We have a significant amount of inertia in Durham, and we need to break inertia to start getting the ball rolling. All of this stuff is subject to review. We can adjust as we find out what tangibly doesn't work in today's market, not 15 years ago, not 25 years ago, in today's market what works. And we already know that there's at least one developer that's not putting in a site plan review because of our indecision. So it is costing Durham. Whether that's $8 million or $350 million, it's still, you're not going to get all that in one building. We're going to have to work piecemeal because we've rejected the comprehensive plan of trying to study a complete revamp of downtown, and we've chosen to work in CBD1 as that is our focus. Well, we need to break rust, and we need to get the ball rolling. We're tearing the town apart with indecision. We owe all these people that have spent all their time, regardless of what side of the issue they're on, some solace and some closure. That doesn't mean that we walk away from the Durham business decision. It doesn't mean we walk away from housing. It doesn't mean we walk away from agriculture. But it does show that we have good faith and we're willing to accept responsibility. Secondary to that, I did want to monologue for 5 seconds to say I'm so proud of Durham. I am so proud of the residents that came and spoke and showed up and kept the timelines and came to talk and give perspective, whether they agreed with something or not. Civic participation is dwindling in this country. Democracy is at risk because democracy takes people showing up and getting involved one way or the other. And we absolutely had, I thought, a fantastic representation this evening of the demographics of Durham, the perspective and the opinions in Durham. I mean, it makes my little patriotic heart just flutter a little bit to see so many people having peaceful discourse on a topic that they care about because they care about Durham. They show the passion. They want to add their perspective, and they want to give us clarity so that we can make a good decision that makes the best for both of us. And so that's my comments. Thank you.
Here.
Seeing no further?
Just one correction. No one at this table demeaned the planning board or insulted them.
We just heard two people say that the planning board didn't do what they were supposed to do, and they did it ineffectually.
Okay. I think the planning board did a fine job. They did their job. Now we need to do ours.
Just one last thing I'd like to say. So I do want to bring us back to the point that we are looking at a very small area of downtown. And so, either direction, I mean, there's the possibility to continue to modify whatever we pass or do not pass this evening in regards to the larger downtown picture. I think the concern I have is that, thinking of the people who have shared their opinions on all sides, there are a lot of people, and many of them are former town councilors or, people who have volunteered years and years to the town of Durham, who have stated that they are concerned about not having more guidance than 4 stories and 50 feet because they've lived through things in the past with our same architectural standards. And it has taken a huge number of town resources to get those projects done. And I think that that is my concern, is if we're not listening to those voices who have lived through those projects that said it took additional architectural committees, it took investment by the town to get involved. I think our town planner, Michael Barrett, helped get the Polly's project across the line. Todd, did the town ever hire an architect to help with some of these projects?
Typically, the developer brought in their own architect. The town didn't hire architects to advise them.
Okay. Typically. But there has been, I think to my point, that knowing that history of those difficulties with the architectural standards that are there, and knowing that the cheapest way to do a building is a box, and is to do a box with a setback. And yes, developers look at the guidelines carefully, but there's confusion there. If something is listed sometimes as conditional use, and I think that's a bigger issue for use than for a 5th story. But if there's not safety guidelines, kind of laid out, there's a lot of things that developers maybe don't realize is going to be a contentious issue until they're dealing with the public. And to the degree that we leave things kind of wide open, what has happened in the past is that Durham has attracted the cheapest possible buildings to build. And then they've received a ton of public pushback and eventual modifications to become what they are now. And I think it's really unrealistic to think that if we go carte blanche on things, that we're going to have attractive business proposals put forward, because we are not Portsmouth in terms of who comes to spend money in Durham and the types of projects we've seen in the past. Now, the past does not always determine the future, but I also don't think we should ignore it. And so I think we should also be listening and hearing the people who have spent many years working on this. And I think it says something that our planning board, I think we have one member who's been on there for more than 5 years at this point. And even within our council, I think we have 3 long-term residents, and the rest of us are, relatively new to Durham. And so I think it's just, we need to be mindful of our own blind spots.
Can I say, I'd like to deliver some good news for a change. When you do your calculation, what drives the tax rate in Durham is the school system. We pay $23,000 per student per year. That's on average.
24.
And the state, in their munificence, gives us $4,100 in adequacy aid. 2 court cases have been heard now, both of whom Judge Ruoff said you've got to go to at least $7,500. Tomorrow, in my committee, there's movement on that to increase, especially special education. That is the breaker. Instead of going to 3.5 times the cost as a limit, the bill, anything over $50,000 would be paid by the state up to, I think it's up to 80%. That would save Durham a lot of money in Oyster River. Another one is to raise at least get up closer to the 7,300 so they don't have another court case. And it looks like something's going to happen on that front, and I hope it does. We're working very hard on it in Concord.
I'm glad you are. I'm glad you are. But that's not the issue before us right now.
Shall we
Ready to vote?
do a vote?
Okay, we'll take a vote. Counselor Friedrich.
Wait, would you make clear what the motion is, please?
The motion was to adopt
As is.
Ordinance 2026-01.
The recommendation.
as recommended by the planning board.
Nope, C1.
C1?
And for point of clarification, if we adopt this amendment, then must we then vote down the other amendments in front of us?
Yes. Because otherwise they stay active and it's hard for people to track what happened in the process. So because they're dealing with the same matter, we should kill them if in fact this passes.
Yes. We clear what we're voting on?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Counselor Friedrichs.
M. Friedrichs, nay.
Robin Vogt, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Cardin Welsh, nay.
Curtis Register, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, nay.
Sonia Dell, nay.
Joe Friedman, aye.
I think that's, I've lost track. I think that's 5
It's 5-4.
yes and 4 no.
You can't leave yet, Darrell.
So it passes.
Want to bet?
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Gotta vote the others down.
Do you want me to read the motions?
The motion for 13C2. Want to make a motion
Yes,
for
sir, I can do that.
13C2?
I move that the town council approve ordinance 2025 tax 08 alpha amending chapter 175 zoning, article 12, base zoning district, section 175 tax 42, central business district 1 and central business district 2, and article 12.1, use and dimensional standards, section 154 tax 54, table of dimensions of the town code to eliminate the 3-story height limit for portions of CB1 zoning district and to change the standard for commercial to 5-story buildings in Central District 1 from requiring 2 floors to requiring only 1 floor.
It's section 175, 54. That's it.
I'm a Marine, we don't read.
And to clarify, the motion was to approve. Is that what you said?
That was the motion, yes,
Okay.
was to approve. I thought that was the auto motion.
That's good.
Yeah.
And then people should vote
Nay,
Nay,
to kill it,
right.
yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second. Is there any further discussion on
I'm gonna
that?
take this real personally.
What's the difference between 2 and 1?
The 2 is what our original, back in 2025, motion was, that we sent to the planning board, that was more prescriptive, that had different height limits in it.
But it reads the same as motion 1, doesn't it?
I think the commercial floor stipulation.
4 stories and 50 feet, 4 stories and 50 feet.
Now I'm going down with communication.
the story height's different.
But when you look at the communication and you see the changes in the
ordinance,
in the ordinance and the table of uses, they are different, significantly different.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board are not speaking up. It's hard to hear. And she agrees.
This is one, that's one we just voted on.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I thought, but it had 2 motions on.
No, it's 2, this one.
Clarification, on page 7, under zoning districts, it says maximum permitted building height in feet, and it still says 30 for central business. So this is,
In 13C1?
then 8A, 2025-08A.
Right, which was the original proposal.
Which is original.
Which
So it doesn't, it
we're
didn't allow
killing,
for,
we're killing that now.
yeah.
If you vote
Well, yeah.
nay.
it was inconsistent.
So it's pretty much the same thing.
Any further discussion?
No.
Okay, Counselor Friedrich?
Nay.
Robin vote nay.
Heather Grant, nay.
Hardin Welsh, nay.
Curtis Register, nay.
Because we don't want to approve
Nay.
this one, Darrell. Yeah.
Darrell Ford, nay.
Wayne Burton, nay.
Sidney Dell, nay.
Joe Friedman, nay.
I'm sorry, I had a senior moment.
I was going to say, we're all getting old and tired.
And now our modified, which the council had redirected the planning board and requested higher building heights and more specificity, which they took under consideration and did not pass back to us. Someone may want to make a motion about 13.C2.
So,
three.
just to make sure that I'm reading the right one, it's 2025 tax 08 Bravo, correct?
Yes,
All
correct.
right, I move that we approve, the town council approves ordinance 2025 tax 08 Bravo, amending chapter 175 zoning, article 12, base zoning districts, section 175 tax 42, central business district 1 and central business district 2, and article 12.1, use and dimensional standards, section 175 tax 54, table of dimensions of the town code to change the 3-story height limit to 4 stories for portions of the CB1 zoning district and to remove the requirement for a second floor of commercial on 5-story buildings. The public hearing could be set for 2 March.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion on this one?
Anytime.
I guess I'm just being picky, but I think in the writing and in the, does not agree with the table of dimensions, probably doesn't mean anything at this point, but if we're going
Should
to
be
not pass it,
consistent.
it's not consistent, but
Doesn't matter what it says.
it doesn't matter what it says if we're not going to pass it.
Yeah, there was an issue with the communication and the ordinance that Karen clarified today by email. That came to us.
Right, but I don't know if I anyways, it's the difference between 42 feet and 45 feet. 42 feet here, 45 feet there, whatever.
Counselor Friedrichs?
M. Friedrichs, nay.
Robin vote nay.
Heather Grant, nay.
Hardin Welsh, nay.
Curtis Register, nay.
Darrell Ford, nay.
Wayne Burton, nay.
Sidney Dell, nay.
Joe Friedman, nay. So it is defeated, and thank you all for your work.
No, you're going to come back next month.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 2300, or 11 p.m.
Can't we just move on to the next?
I'll second.
Counselor Nadal?
Sidney Dell, aye.
Aye, Wayne Burton.
Darrell Ford, nay.
Curtis Register, aye.
Heather Grant, nay.
Robin vote aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Joe
Hardin
Friedman,
Welsh, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye. We will extend to 11. Let's try
I just like you guys.
Try to
I
get
want to
this
see you a little bit longer.
done in time. We now have a discussion of the finalization of the administrator's annual performance evaluation for 2025 in accordance with the employment agreement between the administrator and the town of Durham. Start by saying people have read the council communication. I think you've seen comments and scores. You've seen the administrator's annual report. And would anybody like to comment on what has been shared with us?
Do we have to move to accept it? Is it?
I don't think we move to accept it.
Nope. Whole discussion.
It's a discussion. It says a
all.
finalization.
That just-
And it's to give feedback to the administrator on his performance.
Yeah, so
Can you believe
just, just in terms of process, a month ago, the council talked about the process and used the format that we've used for the last many years for consistency and brevity. The councilors all provided feedback to Joe Friedman, the chair. Joe gave an extra 2 weeks to get the feedback, so everyone could provide it, and all 9 councilors did provide it. The communication provides overview of the full score from 2010 through to the present. The total average score was 4.4 for 2005 out of a total of 5 points. In 2024, the score was 4.4 also. Both years are down a bit from the prior 5 years. Different councils have different expectations, and I try to evolve over time to meet those expectations. Each of the councilors, in addition to providing individual scores, many councilors provided some narrative, so that's included as well. And as has been my practice, I don't have to do this, but every year for 25 years I've made it public, good or bad, and so that's online and in the packet, so the public can see it. So I don't know if there's additional feedback. A few councilors reached out to me directly to just touch base. Councilor Register did, Councilor Welsh did. I met with Chair Friedman and Vice Chair Needell, and we talked about it a little bit. I appreciate the feedback. I find it helpful to kind of check in and see what's going well, what's not going well. I've got 9 councilors to please and to address your needs, and different councilors have different perspectives, and it can be challenging to meet everybody's needs 100%, but I try, and I am definitely not perfect. I do my very best. So I kind of view this job as like a way of life. It doesn't stop. It doesn't run Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. It's weekends, nights, holidays. When I'm traveling, it doesn't end. Super Bowls, I'm down here, not home, just trying to ensure everything's going well. And
Made some good cookies though, or Miss Selig did.
yeah. So I do my very best. I don't always get it right. I don't always meet all your needs. There are always many perspectives, and I'm sorry, it's late, so my mind is going to mush, but there are always a lot of factors I have to consider in terms of how I approach things. For example, with personnel, which is frequently an area where the scoring can weaken a bit. I think there's a lot of agreement that 95% of our staff are amazing, and there are a few that some counselors, not all, might say are average, not outstanding. Yet average is not a cause for termination, and I have to follow the laws and be fair to the staff as well. And there's often some strategy on my part in terms of how we're allocating people and what they're doing, and I have to work with what I have, within that environment. So when there have been serious personnel issues, I have taken action. In some cases, it's caused us to be challenged in court or the State Human Rights Commission, and we've got some issues on appeal in federal court right now from terminations that I believe were absolutely justified, but the person involved thinks otherwise. So I want to make sure if we're moving down that path, the town has a strong case to sustain any actions taken. So I appreciate working with you all. I feel that whether we, I'm still a person, I'm not like an automaton. So I have points of view too on things, and I really try to tell you what I think. I try to modulate that on when I feel you need to hear it, or when you don't, because it would just be repetitive of things that have already been said. And what I think the best about is that there have been many cases where some of us have agreed to disagree around the table. I've offered guidance or advice or ideas that you didn't take, and that's cool. I appreciate your willingness to let me tell you what I think. And whatever you decide, I really try hard to make that happen. Another area where, so I'm proud of that relationship has stayed strong with each of you, even when we've kind of disagreed or butted heads on things. So thank you for that. And I think one area that came up a little bit in my evaluation was one of the council goals, which had to do with the town and the council being on the lookout for like legislative issues or social issues that are not consistent with Durham stated values, and then going after those and highlighting them for the public. And I've really tried to do that for the town, and that's an area that's really tricky for me to do as the administrator, because I try to do it in an objective way based on sort of principles rather than politics. And and sometimes I may not even agree with what I'm writing, but it's the right thing for Durham, you know? Anyhow, so that's, I'll offer that as well.
Mr. Chairman, I've been on the council the longest of anyone here. I think it's 12 years. And we've been through a lot together. My first meeting, I was still working as president of college. I got a thing on my cell phone saying that a bomb had blown up during the races in Boston, and the police were called in, my cops were called in. And that wasn't on Todd's list of goals for the year, to cope with that. And most of what he's coped with, I also had a conversation with him about a gimmick I use at my school to write a bulletin every week. And I said, if you want to make sure the narrative is what everyone should be speaking on, you should write something every week. So he started doing that, and I think he was going to do it anyway. And Todd is a terrific writer. I mean, he's now in the Washington Post, for crying out loud. That what he faces and challenges in that position is extraordinary. And I think he's done a great job. Going way back, when we're the only town in the state that has our charter, because Durham was getting way too complicated for 3 select people, and they tend to be select men. And that's when the charter was changed to go to a professional administrator and a 9-member council. We're the only...
I believe we're at Derry as well.
Derry's like, but they've got a little different twist to it, I think. But I can say from 12 years back, we made a great choice in both the charter and the man who would run it. How he answers all of those emails he gets, I don't know. And some of those folks that write him, those really angry ones, delete. But he responds. And I think Todd is really the glue that holds this town together. I really believe that. And I've watched it happen. Because we do have a few characters around. So I leave, this is, again, my last meeting is in 2 weeks. But I'm grateful for having worked on the council with Todd as the town administrator.
I feel like that.
One from Mr. Wilson as well.
Card?
Yes, I wanted to say that one area where Todd did more poorly this year than he usually does is in financial oversight. And I spoke with Todd about this after the budget hearings, and what he liked that he lacked this year was he liked having the goal that taxes would only go up with inflation plus new development in town, new taxable development in town. And that was a goal for a long period of time, and for whatever reason, it wasn't a goal this year. But I think it's important next year, I don't know if I'll be on council or not, but next year for the council to give him a goal, a strict budget goal in advance, because that really helps him decide, okay, what do I need to do? And when he's making decisions on, new people or new programs or how much he's going to spend in different areas, he can really focus on that and bring us something that, that is consistent with what the town wants. And we've seen a lot of pushback after the reassessment, in particular, on town spending. So I just pass that on if I'm not here for the council. Please give him a goal that's strict, and then you can hold him to that. And he can tell you what he would add if you wanted to go above inflation plus new development. And then you can decide on that. I think that's easier than coming in with a much higher budget and us having to strip away at it for weeks at a time. So,
To be fair to Todd, because I think that we really need to own that, because I did push for that goal last spring, and as a council, we decided that we were not comfortable with giving the directive if it may impact services, because you anticipated that it would not be feasible to meet that goal and keep the same services. And so we adjusted that goal to be that we wanted to see the continuance of services, and that is the budget that you gave. But that said, and I do not know if I will continue on the council, I second that I think we should have as the goal a flat tax rate adjusted for inflation. I think additionally to that, we should look at the total budget adjusted for inflation, because I think that gives you a sense of there will be periods when we add a lot of value to the town, like happened between like 2010 and 2020. And those periods need to provide for the infrastructure investments to offset the natural periods. You know, all towns go through it. There's going to be the peak, there's a lot of new development, and there's going to be a lull, and that's tied to the economy and a number of factors, but buildings also age and their assessed value goes down. So they're adding the biggest when they're new. And so I would call on the council to be mindful not just of the tax rate, but of the whole budget. And the one thing I will say is that I think that this was a lesson about how we communicate to the public, and I think that there were some good feedback we got about, it's very hard for folks to understand the tax rate. What they want to see is, what is their tax bill doing? And how can we do our best job to translate? Because it's not all from the town, but how can we help people understand that? And I do remain really concerned about the future bonding and what our budget is going to look like in 2028, 2029. And so I would ask the council to look at, maybe we reconsider some of those projects that we are planning to pay for by bonding.
All right. Well, thank you, and a good year.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Locked in for another couple, though.
Yeah, it's a 7-year contract, and so we've finished 2 years out of the 7, so we have 5 to go. So it goes until December 31st of, I think, 2030.
You aren't counting the days, are you? I was like, wow, I thought you were about ready to tell us how many days you had left right there.
Can I ask a question having to do with this?
Sure. Yeah.
Remember the year when we were struggling with the budget and you and Jim went off had a couple of beers at his place and came back with a budget? We don't have a budget committee, and other towns do, where you get a subcommittee so there's more buy-in and more owning it. I know Todd doesn't like this idea, but the other thing I'd say is there was also a year where we had this. Every year is too tight. Where you did bring in a list. These are the things we have to have, and these are the things we have choices on. And because it's easy for someone to stand there and say you've got to cut the budget. Well, hand them a pad of paper and say, what do you want to cut? Youth sports, the fire department, ambulance. What do you want? But it took some of the pressure off when you and Jim went out and basically you were an informal budget committee and came back with a proposal.
Yeah, I think, Wayne, that actually Mike Lehrman has suggested that as part of his campaign to be elected to council, and I think it's a good idea. Not a committee that would tell you what the budget is. I know that at the school board the other day they tried to say, well, we're going to set up a separate committee that will do the budget and they'll just decide. It's clear that Todd has to decide what he brings to the council, but if there was a group, informal or formal, that looked at it through the way, particularly looking out a couple years, because we always get stuck looking at, the next year. But if you look out a couple years and say, hey, if we do this, say Madbury Road project, then in this year, we're going to be really have a tough time. But but there are a lot of variables, Wayne. We're hopeful that R.J. Kelly does something, that the West Edge, that we're going to get Riverwood soon, maybe the changes downtown, who knows what. But we're hopeful to get some new development that will help us pay for this. But hope isn't a strategy, so you have to be ready to make some tough decisions. I think there's some, I think Heather and Em and I pushed for some things that weren't accepted by the council this year that could have been. And I think if we were very structured and tight from the beginning, we would have ended up with a budget, let's say, that was less expensive than what we ended up with. And also I have to say this for Todd, the fact that we underspent our budget last year by $1 million was huge, because if we hadn't, our reserves would have been down pretty low compared to what our target is. I think $3.5 million, something like that. So big kudos to Todd and Gail and the team for underspending the budget that we gave them and saving $1 million at the time when we really needed to save it.
One reason I bring this up is that I served on the Oyster River School System's Advisory Budget Committee for 3 or 4 years. And it was not to usurp or take over what the superintendent was doing, but there was a lot of different people, and it was chaired by the business manager for the school system. And we gave feedback on that, but it was clearly still the super's responsibility. But he could use what we came up with as justification for a new language or whatever they were doing. On the other hand, you don't want to take any power, to use a word, away from Todd and in any way box them in, because that's his job is to administer the town. But I only bring this up in parting so we can, if there's a way to share the pain when you're putting it together, you do it. They don't have an advisory budget committee anymore in the school district, but...
Sure, you want us to share the pain now that you're leaving.
That should be a pleasure, shouldn't it? I mean,
All right. I think we should move on to the round table while we have some time. So, Councilor Friedrichs, you want to start? You had a specific thing I think you wanted to present.
Yes. So I wanted to, it'll take me a minute to pull up my notes. If someone has their notes.
I don't mind bouncing first. if
Right,
that's
okay, that would
Yeah.
be great.
So for AgCom, they last met on 9 February. They received a presentation from the Shoreline Wetland, updated presentation of the Wetland Shoreline Conservation Commission. And then they also, this one's more interesting, had a capstone conversation of doing historical causative research in Durham and identifying previous farmland usage and what that farmland consisted of. And then they're trying to overlay an analysis on if those crops would be easier nowadays as well. And so, as I was understanding the intent, I didn't go, this is a secondhand conversation, their intent is to have a product that you can say, hey, where can I grow corn? And then the picture of Durham with green, red, and yellow or whatever pops up, and you can figure out if your area is conducive to whatever crop you're trying to grow. I thought that was pretty interesting. Their next meeting is 9 March in the Town Council chambers. Oyster River School Board, their next meeting is Wednesday, and it's going to be a big one because they're trying to get the budget conversation solidified because they had a very lively and long deliberative session recently, and that's going to be on 18th February for this next one on Wednesday. We will also be having, and I will be doing the moderation for the candidate forum in here on the 18th at 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
7 p.m.
You're not moderating.
Excuse me, you're right. I'm the timekeep. I'm not important. I'm just the guy that yells at people.
Good, I'm going to give a 30-second voice for it.
So, school break is next week, so be aware of the youngins running around February 23rd, 27th.
Traffic goes down.
And then March 2nd, there's the final listing session for the Moheramet walkthrough with Dr. Shaps if you're interested. And,
What day is that one?
March 2nd, if you'd like to walk through. And that, I mean, the other stuff is minuscule. So that concludes my portion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Conservation Commission has not met, so I have nothing.
I won't say anything for a change.
Okay.
Too late.
Off to me. Let's see, IMAC met on February 4th. I was not at the meeting, but I have their minutes. They talked about the fact that Town Council had approved the Casella contract. That new plan looks like it'll start on July 1st. New toters to be provided probably in mid-May. That the DPW will be creating an informational webpage for residents, and that there'll also be meetings, and IMAC will help with outreach to residents about these changes. Let's see. They had a discussion about toilet paper and the best places to get toilet paper. Sustainable toilet paper. Trader Joe's, some Hannaford's, Quilted Northern, because they maintain their own forests, so they use their own. And Who Gives a Crap, a favorite of the Needell family. They did submit a question for Wednesday night's candidate forum. Question about how people would like to see Durham change in handling and how it handles solid waste. And then they also talked about the things that come up in our discussion and whether they are in fact part of the mission for IMAC or not. And anyways, they'll be meeting again this Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock right here.
Very good. Durham Parks and Rec will meet next Tuesday on the 24th. And I've given you the update since the last meeting. Also, I attended last week an event that the Biz Now out of Boston put on the 2026 State of New Hampshire real estate market. And it was at the 121 Tech Center. They had about 200 people from a lot of New Hampshire and Massachusetts as well, all here in Durham, and it was a great event. The Brandon Kelly, ahead of RJ Kelly, again promoted how good a place to do business Durham was and how he appreciated getting that project done and through, and looking forward to continuing to do work in town with their expansion. They're still working on it and are very optimistic about it. One of the other speakers was Taylor Caswell, the former commissioner of the Business and Economic Affairs for the state of New Hampshire, and he also promoted Durham, actually, and said it was a great place to do business. So it was nice to hear some kudos coming to our town. Eric Chinberg was there. There was a lot of focus on this area, actually, and the seacoast, even though it was all about the state. Most of what's happening in real estate in the state is in the southern tier, from Nashua all over to the seacoast. So it was a great event for Durham to have. And just by way of information, I think you know I'm under a confidentiality agreement with the Edge, but that project is moving forward and it could be quite exciting for Durham, including in 2026. So I'll be able to tell you more when I can. But things look very positive. And if you remember, we pushed to have Durham included in the RFP for 66 Main Street and for them to look at 66 Main Street, and there are in fact people looking at 66 Main Street to bring forward some proposals. So we're likely to see that in perhaps the near future.
So I will mention that the candidates for town council did meet with the Durham Business Association last week. And so that was a really great conversation to share a little bit people's thoughts on, you know, what was not working downtown and what might help downtown flourish. And I think, again, what is great is that everyone in Durham wants to see a vibrant downtown. And so we do have some points of consensus to start from. I wanted to mention SB 538, which is a Senate bill to allow, it would extend net metering eligibility terms for municipal energy projects. Those are set to expire, and the lack of sort of predictability into the future for those projects is really holding back a lot of municipal net metering projects. That would essentially be solar projects that serve the community, whether that's offsets those towns' electric bills or are actually built and could even offset some of the town residents' electric bills. Neither of those can kind of move forward without this support. And so there is a letter circulating that was put together by Clean Energy New Hampshire, of which we are a member, asking for select boards or town councils to sign on to a letter in support of SB 538. Durham has benefited from a number of net metering projects in the past that's helping to drive down some of our costs. I know that we, you know, looked to do additional projects. They're not quite financially viable at the moment, but should conditions change, would love to build more solar projects to continue to offset some of our electric costs and potentially bring those benefits to residents. So I think it's a question of, you know, kind of passing it forward and enabling other municipalities to get the benefits that Durham has already seen if they weren't able to build their projects yet, but also to build that future capacity for Durham. You know, and that's something that I know one of the reasons we were excited about doing community power initially was the possibility of bringing some benefits, not just to the town budget, but even all the way to residents. So I'd like to even make a motion that we sign on in support of that bill and let Todd draft the language, but there is a model provided by Clean Energy New Hampshire.
I'll second
the
motion.
motion.
2 seconds.
The voice from heaven.
I would say that in solar power that certainty is very important, and that without it, these projects don't go forward. So I think the idea of that certainty would really enhance the ability or the desire or the possibility of solar projects coming forward. And without it, it's much more doubtful.
There's a bill in the House to kill solar, to take away the benefits.
Yeah, no, I want to second. I'm glad you brought this up. I've been working on SB 538 in my own personal capacity with the work that I do outside of the council. And also, it's going to reap in a bunch of benefits if we also see passage of SB 540 as well, which is the balcony solar bill, which allows folks to also tap into that net metering on a personal level as well. So I think this is a great move for sure. And I know the Energy Committee would be absolutely excited to hear this.
So you're going to vote, do you want to vote on it?
Yeah.
It's been moved and seconded, so you should vote on it.
Okay.
We ran out of time.
Any other discussion? Nope. Councilor Friedrichs?
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Robin Vogt, aye.
Heather Grant, aye.
Hardin Welsh, aye.
Curtis Register, aye.
Darrell Ford, aye.
Wayne Burton, aye.
Sally Nadell, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye. Thank you, Councilor Friedrichs. Anything else to report? Councilor Vogt?
All right, I'll keep it short and sweet here. The Durham Energy Committee met on 2/3 a couple weeks ago. Sophie Godin presented the Durham Climate Action Plan. We haven't had her come before the committee to present it. And it was great kind of going through and discussing it with Sophie, and also getting feedback from the Energy Committee and discussing, different implementation tactics. How can we take this new climate action plan and, really curtail it to the work that we're doing within the committee itself. Also looking at legislative opportunities, the balcony solar bill. I'm sure this will now be a discussion point at the next meeting as well, about how we can continue to have conversations about SB 538. And then I got to be careful with my words here, but the the testing of the brand new thermal recognition monitors, I'm going to call them monitors. They're really, really cool. That's really fun. Yeah. They're really fun. The members of the committee have been testing them on their own residences, which has been great. We've been able to see thermal images of where leaks are coming in behind doors and everything else, behind wall plates where electrical is. And we are very excited. We are in the final stages of drafting up some kind of no-tos and how-tos so that folks can access these at the public library for their own use. So it will be really exciting stuff. I know I see Cardin there very interested in.
Yeah, no. Are they accurate enough that you can actually see down to a specific outlet?
Yeah, these are very specific. There wasn't it's interesting budget-wise. I think we could have went up a little bit higher in terms of that accuracy through these thermal sensors, but the ones that were chosen at the end of the day by Chair Michael Klein and everybody were really accurate, and they're very easy to use for folks. So
very good.
Yeah. And then for the Durham Human Rights Commission, met last week. We discussed accessibility in the council chambers, which I think was a really great conversation. I noticed tonight that when folks were speaking at the podium, they were also being broadcasted on the screens, which was one of the discussion points. I see Todd there making those moves. And DCAT team did a fantastic job tonight bringing that accessibility and that conversation into reality. So I want to do a big shout out to them for that.
Robin?
Yeah.
One question was the position of the lectern, and actually one of the attendees tonight, Deborah Hirschmayer, indicated that having the chairs here allowed the public to sit and watch. So she's going to send that feedback to Craig Stevens to permanently have some chairs there.
Yeah, and that's what Craig wanted specifically, was that feedback. So. Yeah, so that's really what came out of that. Also, we're going to be looking at legislative opportunities as well. I think the commission itself is kind of running into a spot where we've done a lot of work around ICE resources and providing folks the necessary details and resources they need if they're confronted or questioned. And I think that there's a lot of legislative opportunities in Concord that we could also be getting behind and really advocating for. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, so the planning board met on the 11th. We approved a small adjustment on Riverwood site plan with a modification of a courtyard where they're going to have a building. So that was approved. Stratford Avenue was presented, 20 Stafford Avenue. They want to take one lot and separate it into two, so that's going to end up sort of coming back and forth a couple times probably, but it has a public hearing for the 25th. We had public hearing on rezoning of 10 Cowell Drive, and that was approved. It's an area where we have a lot that's right next to the post office. It's designated as RA, and it was requested to change it to Churchill to allow more flexibility in terms of building something on that lot. And that zoning change will come before the town council. So you'll see that at some point when it puts on the schedule. We ran out of time for the other items, which was the zoning amendments recommended by the Housing Task Force. And we again pushed out the amendment for allowing electrical vehicle charging. So we just didn't have enough time for everything before the end of the evening. So those will roll into the next meeting, which is on the 25th. And what have I forgotten again?
There's a site walk for 20 Stratford Ave.
On Saturday.
At 1 o'clock.
Which I won't attend. I'll be out.
I walk past it every day.
You do that, Lou? That's it.
The 20 Stratford Ave is down by the old New England
That's the
Center?
one with the parking lot, or the parking spots.
In the driveway, yeah. So the owner wants to create a subdivide to two
Right.
lots and create a separate driveway for the new lot, which would
It'll take away
impact probably
parking
3 of
spots.
our parking spaces. So we have to evaluate whether, and these are parking spaces we allocate to UNH to use as part of our quid pro quo for the
Sammy.
Bobcat lot. So we've
Yeah.
got to go take a look to see the impact.
I think that would be, I don't know, there was one suggestion about making some of them angled so that you could get the same amount of parking spots and then still allow for the driveway.
You can do that, but it's going to cost it.
Yeah, it would. I don't know
see
for a
whether-
two-lot
whether it's
subdivision what
worth
that
it.
would do, so, anyway, more to come on that.
Counselor Welsh?
Yeah, so we had a lively discussion at the Land Stewardship Subcommittee of, first of all, talking about parking and whether or not we should require people to pay for parking. The consensus was no. Maybe we could ask for donations. I know I do a hike up in Maine every year, and they ask for donations in the parking lot, and people seem to give that, so it's an idea. Second thing that kind of stopped the rest of the meeting was the discussion about dogs at Wagon Hill. I think you're all familiar with the pros and cons of that, and I think Todd will have to decide something in the future. Good luck, Todd. I have a separate item that I'd like to discuss. One is that
We're out of time.
I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15 hours.
Second.
Yeah, second.
Got to vote.
Okay, Counselor Grant.
Aye.
Robin vote aye.
M. Friedrichs, aye.
Joe Friedman, aye.
Sunny Dale, aye.
Weaver, aye.
Darrell Ford, no.
Kurt Schrechter, aye.
Hardin Welsh, aye. So a couple citizens have come up to me and asked about water and wastewater management. And in this town, basically, that's managed by the town. And so in a lot of larger towns, it's managed separately, so the total focus is on doing what's needed for the users of the water and wastewater system. And they brought up a couple points that I thought were worth exploring. One was that when money comes in for water and sewer, and money comes in from town taxes, it's all commingled, and all of the interest goes to the town. That's not really fair. You know, if money comes in from water and sewer, the interest should be allocated to them and not to the town. And so I spoke with Gail about this, and she thinks they can remediate that pretty quickly, so that's something we wanted to look at. The problem is the town is in charge of everything, and there's no one specific person looking out for, or one specific group looking out for water and wastewater. The second thing we wanted to look at was allocation of expenses. You know, we, as a council, rarely get involved in what's in the water, wastewater budget. And there's an allocation of expenses, like April might be allocated 40% to water and 60% to the town, something like that. We would like to see those allocations so that year after year you can see, hey, why is an allocation being increased toward water as opposed to the town? What's going on here? What's the reason for that? And both Gail and Todd thought that was available in the budget book, but it's not. So we want to have that put in the budget book. The third thing is the agreement with UNH. You know, we have this agreement with UNH that's somewhat controversial. It's been long lasting. It gives us a lot of benefits, but it seems to cost us something. And so there's a question of looking at that. So what I wanted to ask was if we could form, and I spoke with Todd about this, he thought it was okay, just an ad hoc group of a couple of concerned citizens, myself, will look at these water issues and come back and report to the council as to what we find. And Todd, I think you had mentioned that you would ask the town to be sure to give us the information we needed.
Affirmative.
Do we need anything formal to create this group?
No,
No, it would be,
I think the less formal, the better. So
Okay.
if it's an ad hoc committee, we'll bring you our findings. You can do with it what you will.
I think, if I could real quick, my only concern is that they waste employees' times.
asking for stuff.
Yes, because I know I got concerned resident that made me run down and waste some people's times, and it didn't turn out to have any value. And so I know there are several individuals, you know, obviously Rich Rain, Matt Collins, and then Michael Sullivan. Is that right, Michael Sullivan? Yeah. Yep. You know, I've run those people down and I've talked to them at nauseum as well and received their reports. I don't know that I know everything by any means, and obviously it was missed out of the budget. But I do think there needs to be some parameters. We can have the committee, that's fine, but there needs to be some parameters on the access, the authority, and the expectation of what they're doing. Because if we just send 3 people or 4 people out to fix the water problem, that's gonna be a nightmare.
Yeah, that isn't our goal. We're not trying to quote unquote fix the water problem. We're trying to make sure that it's handled safely and fairly in the difference between the town and the people with the water. So that's not our goal. Further, if I'm on the committee, I'm a counselor, I can, as you can all, ask the town staff for anything. And if they don't want to give it to you, you talk to Todd and you get it done. We're not going to waste time. We're trying to do it quickly and efficiently and see what's a better breakdown of the expenses of the water system.
I wouldn't mind being on that.
If the council is kind of giving their blessing for this, I think we should at least know who's on this ad hoc committee.
Maybe this is a new business item or something like that. We discuss at a later, future date.
So if the council is going to create sort of a formal committee, then it gets much more complicated because then we'll need to post those meetings, keep minutes, etc. What Cardin was suggesting was that he and a couple of these citizens would sit down with the staff, gather information, and provide what they have found. And I thought one benefit, we have spent quite a lot of time dealing with water based upon the questions of a resident over the last couple of years. But a benefit of having Cardin look at it is he was integral to the current wastewater agreement. He sat in on all those negotiations and understands the rationale behind it. So I think that might add a lot of value to the conversation.
Yeah, I think that's fine. But he didn't need to come to us for that.
It's not going to just be a pet project.
I mean, he can go do that anyway on his own.
And Councilor Grant said she'd like
wouldn't
to
mind,
perhaps
'cause
participate.
It is sort of the inner workings of that, I have been curious about for the last year because, the people that have public water, right, are the ones that are being charged and that the prices are going up. And then you hear, oh yeah, but if this money goes this way, it goes into the general fund. And you're like, but wait a minute, I'm the ratepayer, and all of a sudden money that I've had to contribute that wasn't used now goes into the general fund, right? So these are questions I think that are fair and trying to understand, how do we operate and is it fair for the people that are having to support the system?
Yeah, I'd love to have Heather on the committee.
No committee.
It's
No
not-
committee.
it's the group that
The
you-
informal group.
On the non-committee.
The non-committee.
Just a group of
Just, yeah.
For the non-committee.
Don't forget the beer.
It's a bunch. Bunch of people.
Anything else, Cardinal, Mr. Welsh?
No, that's it.
Councilor Welsh?
All right, you're on.
All right, let's see, just a few things. I'll try to be really brief. The old town hall, former courthouse, sits on the land on which it was built. There's no excess land for parking around it. So for the last 20 years, we've been on an agreement with the Mitchells, who own the Irving Station, for the limited parking spaces right around it, and we pay a market rate for those. I negotiated the agreement 20 years ago. I can't believe 20 years has gone by. And the agreement also has 4 5-year extension opportunities. So I've notified the Mitchells that we'd like to take advantage of the first of the 4 or 5-year extensions so we can still continue to have some parking to support that facility. Otherwise, there's no parking there. And if we don't take it, the Irving Station wants it. So we're just looking after that. The second is at the former Cumberland Farm site, where I'm thrilled to see construction activity. Unfortunately, they uncovered a buried oil tank that nobody knew about.
Oh, man.
And so the owners are now going through the remediation process with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services to address that. But nobody knew this tank was there, and it's been there, for the last 25 years since Cumberland Farms closed, so.
Was there any integrity violation to the
There-
containment system?
I don't know. There was some leakage, I do know, so they're dealing with that. In terms of Wagon Hill Farm and the parking, the Land Stewardship Subcommittee, for a variety of reasons, as Carden noted, did not support charging for parking. I went to them because there are representatives from many committees there, and I thought it'd be helpful to let all these different committees know about the idea and to gather their feedback. We're still going to provide a presentation and a recommendation to the council, and you can take it or leave it. And we're in the process of trying to figure out if we're able to ascertain how much revenue we might garner if we were to charge. The challenge is we don't track the users. We don't know how many people are going there every day. But my recollection is probably a year or two ago, we did have a few weeks of data from the Stratford Regional Planning Commission where we were trying to get them to put a strip across the driveway, and they did it for a few weeks. So I've got to track down that information in my old emails, and if I can, that'll give us a little data for a couple of months, and that might be helpful.
At one point, the Land Stewardship Subcommittee had a people counter that we used when we were doing those inventories of the different town properties.
It's a good
I don't know what happened to it. It was via Dennis Meadows.
All right, so we'll see if we can find that.
So maybe someone, Gail Carey may know, or...
I think this is so silly. Most of the time, there's nobody there. Really, come on.
So
anyway, you'll try it.
And just to note, the council's talked about this at least twice in the past, and each time decided not to charge. But again, I think it's a fair question, so we'll bring it to you. You can decide. And in terms of dogs off leash, the background there is Veronique, our land stewardship coordinator, was out at Wagon Hill and reported large amounts of discarded or unattended dog waste, and flagged that. And we brought that up at the committee to talk about. The committee had a lot of concerns about the environmental impact on the property. They also have a concern, and it's a valid one, about the use of the property. And to a certain extent, there is some overuse there, and a lot of that has to do with the people from the region coming in to walk dogs. And there's also feedback we get from non-dog people that there are folks there during, dogs are allowed off leash from
Dawn till 10.
dawn until 10 a.m., but even after 10 a.m., we have reports that people will let their dogs off leash, and Veronica's seen that. People are there with their dogs off leash, and they see her and quickly get their dogs on leash after 10 a.m.
Well, Pepper wants to form a committee of his friends out there.
It's not a committee.
On the
It's just
committee.
Informal.
So Veronique, it's great to have a person now to work on this. Veronique's going to try to meet with some of the key dog people who are involved with walking to see if they're really committed to pull a group together and stay engaged over time, not just for a month and then it's slide. So we're optimistic, and we'll see what we can do. There was a concern raised about the construction that's going to take place at the property and whether it might make sense to halt the off-leash activity while that construction's taking place. This is for the shoreland restoration. In the next week or two, we're going to start to see tree cutting. But I followed up with Public Works afterward, because candidly, this had not crossed my mind at all. And Public Works did not feel that it was essential to curtail dogs off leash during this period of time. The key issue is for users of the property to adhere to closed trail signage, because they will close the trails during certain times. So that gives us some more time to kind of think about this and develop some initiative from the dog walkers to take some responsibility and be good stewards.
Sorry, real quick, liability. If there's that closed signage, liability is on the user that crosses, not on the property, correct?
So that's what we would argue. Yes, that's correct. And the The people cutting the trees will take appropriate precautions. So, I'm not concerned about liability. It's going to be an issue of someone discarding signs or there being some true accident. And we'd have to work that out. But the folks cutting the trees and operating equipment, when we get to summer, within the shoreline area, they'll be flagging, there'll be signage.
They'll have
all around
liability
that.
insurance, though. They're professional.
We do. We have insurance for that. We absolutely do. We just don't want anyone to get hurt. That's all.
Got one more minute. If we're going to talk about Wagon Hill, that's all over.
I'm done. That's it. Thanks.
Because I could stay here another half hour if you want to talk about dogs.
Second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Is that my only rule here?
You do it well.